generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Oh, yes, indeed. We do welcome you to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mungana Mbuvi, and the time right now is 1 minute past 6 o'clock. Very good morning to you. Where you're listening from, you can let us know via our social media channels. That is at Radio Gen KE. 88.8 FM is the frequency in Nairobi, and 90.7 FM is the frequency in Mombasa. City Muga is in the studio with me. A very good morning to you, City. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you, sir.
Yeah? Naomba uchukue kidude. But I like the way you do that because I like that you get comfortable in your environment, yani. Hata vile nakupatanga hapa asubuhi umechill tu yani, you know, either checking the newspaper or checking your social media, and the way you just laid back, yani, life is just good.
Life is good when you make it good.
Yeah.
Yes. But life is just life.
Mm?
It just goes about its business.
Yes.
Now it's your response to it. Now
that matters.
Yes.
That's the one.
You have to determine how you're going to respond to it.
True story.
Yes.
True story.
Forget these lemon lime stories. Lemonade. Wachana hizo. Life,
Yes.
by its very nature, is essentially tragic.
All right.
One goes through life having moments of wonderful sensations and wonderful experiences. But the bulk of it is drudgery and repetition. And things that you had not anticipated will happen to you.
Yes.
Things untoward which you don't particularly want or would like to experience happen to you. Now, those are now the building blocks. Your response to them, learning to deal with them, because they're repetitive. At some point and at every phase of your life, it'll come along. People talk about seasons of life. Seasons are with you, in my opinion, on a daily basis.
Yes.
Cumulatively, we then say season because certain things have happened repeatedly over a period of time. But that's life. Yes.
That is what we call life.
Yeah, that is it. And that is why somebody can have something tragic happen to them. Barring a situation where somebody's actually died. And they'll smile and say, okay, yeah, that's what has happened. Meaning,
yes,
they've understood. They're not running away from the reality. They're saying, this is what has happened.
Yeah.
Now, let's see how we can cope with this.
Right.
That is what most of us find difficult because we spend a lot of energy denying, no, that's not true. No, it can't happen to me. Actually, it can. If it has happened to someone else,
it can happen to you.
Oh, yes, it can. You don't need it to happen to you for you to know it can happen to you. It has happened to somebody. It can happen to you. Yes.
I agree with you. Asante kwa hayo maarifa. Ninataka kusoma events ambazo zinakuwa significant siku ya leo in history. In 1915, the Battle of Luz, a major engagement of World War I, concluded. Battle of Luz.
Ilikuwa wapi Luz?
Sasa hapo ndipo sijui, but wamesema Luz, L-O-O-S. So that battle concluded, and it was a major engagement in World War I. A lot is not usually said about World War I. We know a lot about World War II. The reason why we know more about World War II than one, especially for someone like me, who's not necessarily a historian, you know, I tend to ask myself, what really was the reason for World War I to begin with? But I know Germany was also in the middle of it. For whatever reason. But yeah, that's what I know about World War I. I honestly don't know much. The Battle of Luz, a major engagement of World War I, concluded.
World War I
yes,
was actually, you know, when we talk about the world wars, these were Europeans fighting each other.
Yes.
Yes. Now, if you look at the reasons behind it, my friend, you'll be shocked. Because you'll wonder, you mean this small thing could actually ignite this sort of conflict that then pulls in other nations? Okay? Now, usually, it is what you speak of historically is that spark, the moment when what we see escalated. But when you look at many issues that are historical, okay, and alliances and people disagreeing over certain things and rivalry, and they maybe amidst all that there's a nation that is keen on self-determination, and some people are determined that no such thing is going to happen.
Yeah.
And then one thing happens. The assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand in 2014, he was the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne by a Serbian nationalist in Sarajevo. That is what they say sparked it. But my friend...
Wait, did you just say 2014?
Yes. No, 1914.
1914, okay.
Yes. You see, Europe was now just disentangling itself from the Ottoman Empire. Okay? Now, among the empires that existed during that period, the Australian and Austro-Hungarian Empire. Okay. Now, when you have an empire, it means some people have been subjugated. That's where the issue of self-determination comes in, and people feel they need to be free. Now, they will choose a target that they feel is representative of the oppression they feel.
Right.
Okay. But you're talking about the background is a region of the world that was constantly at war with each. Constantly. And the imperialistic nature of trying to dominate others, forget them coming to carve out our continent here.
Yeah.
On their own. Both world wars began in Europe, man.
Yeah.
They didn't begin in Asia, they didn't begin in America, they didn't begin in Africa, it began in Europe. So, hii kuzozana kati yao wenyewe kwa wenyewe, when it grew legs and wings, it now became bigger. Then other issues were brought in. Yes. So, I'm being academic about this because whenever we focus on the details that we know or which are highlighted, you forget. It's like with the situation we now have in Gaza.
Okay.
You say Jews. If you look at the original Jew, they're Semitic. They're like the Arabs. The Jews that went to form the state of Israel were Europeans.
Yeah.
And many of them were Europeans who had had problems all over Europe. There are many reasons. That's a completely different story. It's one of the absurdities of human history and human life, where people, there's an issue with the racism in Europe.
Right.
And it targets the Jews. So they decide that they're going to move across the world to go and sort out that problem of racism in the Middle East among Semitic people. Just think of that logic. So that hatred and racism is solved how? When you move those people and bring them to the Middle East.
Yeah.
And how you solve the problem is by removing people from their homeland, claiming a historical relevance to your place. These are Europeans.
Yep.
And then the worst thing that you could ever think of happens. The things that happened to them in Europe, they started doing to people here. This is their land, you start moving them by the hundreds of thousands, then millions. You move them, and you keep moving them until now they're squatters in their own land.
Yeah.
Now you tell me, what problem did we solve there?
We just created a new one on top of the other one.
And the thing that is often not perhaps spoken of, those people who came there were traumatized by the racism they faced. They were traumatized. When you're traumatized, unless you deal with it, you remain traumatized. And the likelihood of you traumatizing somebody else is really very high. There endeth the lesson.
All right. As usual, matters of history, quite important, quite interesting also. Well, perhaps one day we shall get someone from Israel or Palestine, or even both at the same time.
No, they won't come. We've tried that.
I'm not saying they come. I'm not saying they come and sit here and then each one of them narrates, because they definitely have a very different story to give, and we might end up having a fist fight in the studio. But what I mean is, perhaps one day, one time, we shall get them both.
Remember,
on separate shows.
When you're talking about Palestine, you're talking about two groups. You're talking about Hamas, and you're talking about the Palestinian nation.
Okay.
You're talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
The political arm, the people who say that they are the ones who want to manage Palestine, they even have an ambassador in our country. They are a completely different outfit from Hamas.
Okay.
Yes. Hamas are a military wing. They are military.
But are they Palestinians?
They're very much so.
Do they have the same feelings and perhaps same political stand as these other folks?
No. One group wants to solve the problem politically. The other one wants to solve the problem with
gunfire.
Yes.
Okay. The point here is we'll get someone from there. We should get someone from there.
Yes.
Akuja atueleze shida haswa iko wapi?
You need to listen to stories from both sides for you to invite different people on different days and listen to the point of view that they express.
Huyu aseme yake, yule mwingine aseme yake, and then we be the judge as the public. Or at least we have some kind of understanding. We might not judge, but have some kind of understanding of the problem, the issue, where the issue is.
If you look at that problem, it isn't very different from the problem we had with white supremacy in Rhodesia, white supremacy in Namibia, white supremacy in South Africa.
Okay.
People who want to be treated as being superior to the others, and people who want to treat the others as being inferior. Shida hapo. And all these people who want to be treated as superior came to these people's land. That's not their original home. They came there. They made it their home. They were accepted. Now, this small little movement of being equal to the people they found there, that is where they had a problem. And you know the really strange thing? Just like you found the people, many of the people who went to the Americas went there because of religious persecution. Even some of the people who settled in South Africa went there because of political persecution. People move because they're being traumatized where they come from. Then they go to another country, find people there, and traumatize the living daylights out of these people.
Where? They traumatize the living daylights.
Yes.
Sawa City. Kuna msikilizaji ama ni mtazamaji hapa anaitwa Ogeno Omondi. Hi, I'm loving this show day by day. Thanks Ogeno. Kindly give Ogeno our methali for today.
Bado ni siku
Cape Verde.
Yes. Right. There's a proverb today. Then I'll have one more tomorrow. Then God willing Friday we'll go into a new country.
Okay.
Yesterday I was challenged by someone who told me, we don't hear you saying proverbs the way you used to. And I said, proverbs are proverbs. This is a new season, and we will look at proverbs. And when we come on Monday, yes, we will be looking at proverbs, but differently from the way I've been looking at them. This is just introductory so that we familiarize ourselves with the world of proverbs. But our proverbs are still going to come from the continent of Africa.
All right.
Yes.
Give it to us.
The cock crows proudly on his own dunghill.
The cock crows
proudly on its own dunghill. Have you seen?
Are we talking about the same thing when we talk about dung? Dung sini excretion ya ng'ombe. Cow dung, okay?
Yes.
All right. So the cock crows.
Dung. Cow dung tends to have worms.
Yes.
Chicken eat worms.
Okay.
So
I get it now.
Get it?
I get it.
Yeah. Apple.
So say it again, please.
The cock crows proudly on his own dunghill. This proverb was clearly written by a paternalistic community. So you choose the male gender to exemplify or to epitomize whatever it is you want to say.
But it is actually cocks that crow, right?
Are they the only ones? Hens don't crow.
I honestly don't know.
They say they cackle.
Or the hens cackle.
That's what they say.
Okay.
Yes, and cocks crow.
All right.
Yes.
So yule, dume akifika pale,
yule jowa akiwika,
akifika kwa ile nini yake ile, mahali chakula chake kipo.
Baba.
Baba akishafika pale.
Yes.
Anafanya koko.
Apple.
That was me attempting to sound like a chicken.
Yes.
Or rather, as a cockerel. So there's John Mutu also. Amesema, just tell City, I'm tuned in nikiwa Doha, Qatar.
Karibu baba.
I miss the voice of City. Well, here it is, John Mutua. And then kuna math tutoring. Amesema, good morning, best morning show ever. Well, good morning to you, math tutoring. Best math tutor ever. Unanipa nakupa. Aura for aura.
Yeah, basi, but ile ndio tit for tat ile.
Tit for tat.
Yes.
Aya basi, tuingie katika our next session, which is actually us giving you an update on what has been happening in the last couple of hours as far as trending stories are concerned. rgk.co.ke is where you'll find all of them. And I can promise you, if there's a story you do not find there that is of a relevance, please let me know, and I'll tell the news team to up their game. But you can find everything that has been not stressing, but trending, and also perhaps even stressing you. We have the news, politics, worldview, business, technology, entertainment, education, anything about your career as well. Why don't you check it out? And sports. Oh my God, how can I forget sports? You can check it out on www.rgk.co.ke. Right now, though, our first headline: 3.9 billion shillings shortfall hinders hunger support for 133,800 families in arid counties. You know, this number is, when you think about 133,800 families, a family could be husband, wife, and children. Bro, this is a huge number. 133,800 families in arid counties. Now, drought-affected families in Kenya's most vulnerable regions face further hardships after the National Drought Management Authority revealed that delayed funding has disrupted payments under the Hunger Safety Net program, leaving 3.9 billion in arrears. Speaking for the Departmental Committee on Regional Development on Tuesday, officials from that authority said the agency had only received 1.5 billion of the 5.47 billion needed for the 2024-2025 cycle. Now we've gone into another cycle, and they're yet to receive even half. No wonder we have all these families. 133,800 families in arid counties, man. That's crazy. So the funding gap has forced partial and staggered payments to households, and the discussion, chaired by Sigor MP Peter Lochangapong, followed a motion by Turkana South MP Ariko Namoit calling for urgent disbursement of funds to families affected by drought. See, me, that's why when I see people going to State House to receive handouts, yet there's some folks who mtaani, deep down in the arid areas that are literally suffering and perhaps even dying. And I'm like, why? Where exactly are our priorities? When we hear of money is missing, money is being sent to ghost schools, ghost workers. Now, kwani watu hawana utu? Just how much is enough? How much can you take before you actually decide, okay, now let me leave the rest for my Turkana brothers and sisters? Let me leave some for the people who are dying of hunger. Let me leave some for the people in hospitals who cannot afford to pay for their medical care. Let me leave some for the school kids who are unable to go to school because they haven't eaten. Let me spare some for the kids who cannot even go to school because of insecurity. Like, let me just leave some. Just how much is enough? Where's kula kila kitu niwache? Watch the rest of us suffering bana. City.
Yes.
Masikia story?
No, naisikia story.
133,000 folks, 800. 133,800.
Let me throw some statistics at you.
Yes.
From the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, some from the Integrated Food Phase Classification.
Yeah.
Poverty, the overall poverty of our population, if you're looking at the head count as of 2022, 39.8%. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That is the percentage of people who are facing starvation.
Come again, that number.
39.8% facing. So they don't eat, but they don't eat enough. Okay? 1.8 million, you're talking about July to September 2025, all right? These are people who are facing acute food insecurity, meaning these fellows are not sure whether they're going to eat today or not. Forget tomorrow. Today. Okay? Now, what is projected in 2026, the number will grow to 2.1 million people. Acute, meaning haki ni shida, unaamka na hujui, right? Then, child malnutrition, they looked at a study that was conducted by Save the Children in Turkana. 1 in 3 children was screened with acute malnutrition. third,
Yeah.
33.3%. The thing is, the picture that is painted is a fairly dire situation. These numbers are huge. Okay? And you cannot have a country with the disparity that we see, where those who apparently have the economic means are few, but the economic means they have is immense abundance. And the immense abundance emanates from this very country, where those 8.1 million people are also citizens of, and of resources within this same country, where all those people, the 1 in 3 children, are also citizens of. So how did we get to this point where this disparity exists, and it seems to be growing, where those who are poor are not even dirt poor, they are dust poor, they're really poor.
Yeah.
And those who are wealthy seek to be even wealthier.
Yeah.
Now that is the disparity that causes problems in a country. Because somebody cannot understand. They'll reach the end of their tether and ask, why am I suffering like this? And it makes it worse in our circumstances, because among these people are people who managed to go to school, some went to tertiary institutions, some went to university, and they find themselves in this situation. They're people whose minds have opened up, they understand what to expect, and they expected it, and they find themselves here. So the situation is a lot more dire.
You know, when you just mentioned about people who do not know what they're going to eat today, forget tomorrow. And of course, I look at myself. I'm almost certain that tomorrow, unless something happens, I know where I'll get my next meal, basically. But I also remember the 1 or 2 times, you know, because of one reason or the other, I end up eating very late. By the time I'm getting to the point of eating, ninakuanga nimekabwa na njaa. Mjile njamba kata wezi focus.
You can't even think.
Then you become irritable. Yeah, you cannot wait to get to either the house or the restaurant or whatever and eat. Now I can imagine there's someone who goes through that on a daily.
There are counties in this country where 70% of the population do not have enough nutritious food. 70%. And these are counties that actually have an allocation given to them on a yearly basis like other counties. And you will find that the thing that characterizes these counties is that they have a whole group of people who are newly rich, newly very, very rich. And the monies that they have are monies that they have actually appropriated from the money that was meant to develop these particular counties and were meant to help the indigent and those who actually are at the most critical need for this sort of help.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mkienda kuchukua kura, tafadhali mkumbuke that it is a very critical exercise. As you register for your ID, register for your register to become a voter, just know that it is a very, very important
and also
exercise.
Remember, it is not your right to suffer and to be in pain when your county actually has money. It is not correct that you should be in that amount of pain, because the amount of monies that are given to every county every single year, forget these complaints that you hear the money is inadequate. Those who say it is inadequate never give you a full account of what they received. So how can we actually know whether it's adequate or not? How?
And then they also don't account for exactly what they have done.
No.
With that little.
Yes. The moment that question is asked, the government is not giving us enough money. The Auditor General is not fair. For heaven's sake, it's a simple question. You are given money, were you not? The answer is yes. What did you do with it? We have query 1, 2, 3. Can you explain? That explanation goes south immediately. The blame game begins. Why are these people picking on government? They're not picking on you. You are elected. You are an elected leader. This is not a hereditary position where your father was governor, and because your father was governor, you are now governor. You are elected, and you are elected so that you can actually make the lives of your people better, not worse. And this culture where because you've been elected, you feel you're in a position where you can't be questioned. Of course you can be questioned. The resources that you are misappropriating are the rights of the citizens of that county. They are the ones who elected you. You are accountable to them.
Yep. Publishers demand a release of 11.4 billion shillings to prevent grade 10 textbook shortage. The Kenya Publishers Association has raised the alarm over a looming disruption in the education sector, warning that 11.4 billion shillings owed by the government could stall the printing and distribution of senior senior school textbooks. The alert comes as the country prepares to welcome the first cohort under the competency-based education into senior school next year. KPA chairperson Kiere Kamau emphasized the urgency of releasing the funds to ensure grade 10 textbooks are available on time, enabling students to transition smoothly from junior to senior schools. He highlighted that the debt affects not only publishers but also authors, distributors, and even the Kenya Revenue Authority, showing the widespread impact of delayed payments. Pesa iko wapi? Ilikuwa imebudgetiwa. So kuna mahali hiyo pesa iko haijatoka, ama kuna mtu ambaye anacheza karata na pesa za umma na pesa za our publishers. Tungependa kujua hiyo story. But yes, you can actually read the full scoop on rgk.co.ke. Why KMPDU has postponed Kiambu doctors' demonstrations? This is why. The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union has postponed Wednesday's planned demos in Kiambu County, that is today. The protest, which was initially set for today, has now been rescheduled to Monday, October 13th. In a statement, KMPDU Secretary General Dr. Davji Bimji Atela said that the move is to allow broader participation, effective coordination, and meaningful engagement with all relevant stakeholders. Umeambiwa before mwende kwa barabara, hebu kujeni tuongee kidogo tupange venye hii mambo itafanyika. What do you think happened? Why do you think they have actually postponed this, apart from what they have put in the statement?
Well, usually it means that there's a possibility that the impasse will be overcome and that a solution will be found. So they said, there's an opportunity for us to solve this thing amicably. Why don't we look into... By the way, these people who go on strike are not unreasonable people. Don't be fooled. The laws of this country and the processes by which people have to follow before they actually get to a point where they're issuing a strike notice. It's a process. And that process is supposed to give you time. By the time they go on strike, they've reached the end of their tether. Believe me. It's not something that they wake up and say, guys, today we're going on strike. No. Let's go on strike now. No, it's not that. Talks. And usually, those talks are characterized by promises that are made. And by the time a strike notice is being issued, those promises clearly do not appear like they are going to be solved. Yes. That's where the problem comes in.
Okay. Let's see how that pans out. Treasury maps out strategy as Kenya's public debt hits 11.81 billion trillion. We had this conversation yesterday, eh?
We did.
Kenya's total public debt has climbed to 11.81 trillion, representing 67.8% of the nation's gross domestic product as of June 2025. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has disclosed. During a briefing with financial reporters on Tuesday, Mbadi explained that 6.33 trillion is domestic debt, while 5.48 trillion is owed to external lenders, including the World Bank, African Development Bank, China, and Eurobond investors. Unajua kila wakati nikiona Eurobond nakumbuka ile pesa uliniambia kuna mahali ilipotelea tu kuhewani. Hata ikufika hapa, I don't think it got to the African continent.
No, it didn't.
It left the coffer at the bank, never got to the continent. It just diverted somewhere.
$1 billion can be accounted for. Unajua mali lienda ilanda hapa pale. The other billion.
Yeah. Unauliza mtu
hata ikufika Madagascar.
Unajua venye unaulizanga mtoto na amemwaga chai? Na amemwaga chai? Nimekuuliza na amemwaga chai alafu aniangalia. Alafu anakuangalia.
Bas ndio hiyo. Ours is even more dramatic because the question is asked.
And then the answer they usually give you is si mimi. Okay, ni sawa, si wewe. Nani amemwaga? Alafu wanakuangalia si mimi. It's wrong, guys. It's wrong. It's evil. It's actually evil. Because some of these things that hii pesa venye naibu hivi tunacheka na kuna watu wanalala njaa mali tumesoma huko northeastern region and other arid areas.
Believe me, it is not a pleasant situation that they will find themselves in. Why this matter must be spoken of as often as we possibly can is because some of these people who are elected into positions of leadership to try and ensure that their people benefit from this thing are tone deaf. Anytime it's pointed out, as far as they are concerned, these are malicious people who are intent on spoiling their good name. You don't have a good name to begin with, so it's not possible for us to ruin it. It's already in tatters. If you are elected to look after the welfare of individuals and you can't, we know you won't resign, but leave, for heaven's sake, because this job is beyond you. And this culture where leaders seem to think that you are elected to talk about things and to talk at things and to tell us what you're doing. Stop telling us what you're going to. Just do them and let us see them. And so when you talk about it, you're talking about the progress of the work you've begun. Yeah. Not something that you're anticipating to do in the future.
I actually agree with you. Let's check out the roads of Nairobi. And if indeed you might be stuck in traffic as you leave your home for work or vice versa.
Traffic.
All right, check it out. Ngong Road looking good, apart from the usual places, the junctions, the T-junctions, the roundabouts. Hapo ndio kuna shida tu kidogo tu. Ni 6:31. So surely, what kind of traffic are we talking about here? Absolutely none. That's what I'm saying right now. But friendly reminder, KCA University, that is survey area as you're heading to Pangani, that place is bumper to bumper. I'm really sorry. Hiyo itabidi job mmengangana nayo. Ngong Road looking good. Mombasa Road looking good. I want to check out sehemu za Mombasa. Nione kama kuna mabadiliko in terms of Kenya tulisema jana. Nikiangalia Mombasa hamna shida yoyote. Apart from pale lights Kengeleni kidogo tu. Sijui mbona lights Kengeleni inakuanga na traffic nyingi vile. Is it because huko ndio kuna a lot of residentials city?
Yes.
Wewe ndio umeishi pwani. Mbona pale Kengeleni lights kuna kuanga na shida kidogo?
Okay, the shida kidogo, how does it manifest?
Yani in terms of traffic. Kuna msongamano wa magari.
It's a cross section. Okay?
Yep.
Coming from town, coming from the airport, coming from Nyali, coming from Majengo.
Naam.
All right? And they all meet at that central place.
Yes.
And there are traffic lights which work sometimes they don't work. So there are peak hours when traffic hardly moves.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay.
But when you now start going towards Nyali, as soon as at the lights, are you talking lights Kengeleni?
Lights Kengeleni, yes.
Lights Kengeleni. Now vehicles coming from Kisauni, some coming from Bombolulu,
yes,
some coming from Nyali, Kongoya. Okay? Via Links Road, it means people who have avoided the Bombolulu route go through Nyali, go through Links Road. At a certain hour, that traffic is immense. And then there's a matatu stop on either side of the road. You will find that when they stop and they follow each other, and the idea is to pick up passengers, they cause a jam.
Okay.
But there are always police officers there.
Okay.
Yes. So the police officers actually help the traffic move. But if you live in Mombasa, you will know the hours when that jam actually takes place.
Yes.
And so you'll avoid being on the road at that time. Yes.
Either come early or later.
Yes, and in the evening, a similar problem also arises.
Rush hour yani.
Yes, and secondly, remember, there is the Nyali Bridge.
Yes.
Okay? Nyali Bridge is sufficient, but remember, over time, the traffic in Mombasa has continued to increase.
Okay.
Okay? Now, that jam is what speaks of an absence of what you may call organized public transport. Especially mass transit. Buses that can carry more people. So it's just one vehicle, there are more people in it going to town. Here you have matatus which carry 14, 15 people, but there are many. So they will cause a jam.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, there you have the traffic update by one CT Muga.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Daily Nation, SHA, more pay, less benefits. Cancer patients suffer pain of inadequate cover. This is what is on the front page of the Daily Nation. And a few patients have been posted right there. You can actually get to see who they are. Cancer patients protesting outside Afya House in Nairobi, where they presented a petition yesterday calling for an improved oncology package under Social Health Authority. We also do have tax waivers immunity for University of Nairobi boss Dutch firm. So House Committee has granted massive tax exemptions and immunity to a Dutch firm associated with the Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Professor Patrick Vakoijen. Hope I'm saying this correctly. Story is on page 5. We shall definitely revisit that story in a minute. Secret diaries on Shakahola Horror help prosecutors. Inside overseas employment plan for jobless tutors, page 7. Sifuna camp battles Gashagwa project tag. Story is on page 6. And on the front page of the Star, fresh land payout scandal hits mega Ketraco project. That story is on page 4 and 5. Lawmakers back enhanced proposal for school-based ID registration, and government to shut rogue sites and social media accounts. Yeah. MPs have endorsed the government's move to tighten Kenya's digital space through a far-reaching law targeting cybercrime, online child exploitation, extremist content, fake news, identity theft, and SIM card misuse. The Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Bill 2024 is in its final stages. That story is on page 7. Madoka memoir from Shadows of Kanu, how Ruto won Moi's trust. Stories on page 2. And welcome to a Kenyan public office where satire meets realism. That's stories by Lawi Sultan on page 17. Over to you, CT.
The Standard tends to just have one story bang in the middle of the paper. But before we look at what's in the middle of the paper, there is a story of how protocol blunder ruined COMESA meeting. This is part 3 of serialization of Ambassador Mwencha's book, where he talks about how a request to have Egypt's minister speak ahead of Djibouti's president led to the president storming out of a meeting in Ethiopia. Okay? Yes, rising together. Erastus J. O. Mwencha. Okay? This man has been a, should we say, a sterling diplomat for the longest of time. A man whose history and a man whose achievements are profound when it comes to his service for the service for this delightful country of ours called Kenya.
Yes.
Okay? Really interesting book. Then there's a story of the medics strike. Family mourn dead children. This matter is being looked into. I know the Kenyan Pediatrics Association have waded into these waters and they want to get the facts and figures straight.
Okay.
Because they say, okay, we've heard, they want to understand what is really true about these issues that have arisen. Remember, I'm not using the word allegations deliberately because I believe children have died.
Yes.
Now, the numbers and where they have died specifically, per capita, there is no county in this country that has more health facilities than Kiambu.
Yeah.
Let me repeat so that you hear it.
Come again.
There is no county per capita, per head, of with all the 47 counties in Kenya that has more health facilities than Kiambu. So when you say this large number of 135, 36, 37 newborns, children died, you need to tell us where. Because you have faith-based hospitals, you have purely private hospitals, you have public hospitals. Those are hospitals in Kiambu County.
Yeah.
If you're saying public hospitals, tell us which ones and where they died. So that when one is trying to determine, you know where to look. Because we actually document deaths, just like we document births in this country. We also document illnesses. The moment you enter that facility, you're documented. Yes. Then bang in the middle of the paper, not our heroes. Well, this is a story of national honors. You know how every year we give these national honors, Yeah, there is a committee of parliament. It's called the Parliamentary Honors Advisory Committee.
Yes.
They are the ones who publish a list of nominees, people who they feel should get state honors.
So they approve this individual.
Yeah, but this is a self-serving committee because the majority of these people are sitting members of parliament who get appointed.
Tusome majina mawili matatu. Actually, there are 4 names there.
No. Majina... The names of the picture of the individuals who are here form part of the story, which states that some, critics want the system meant to celebrate patriotism and heroism, risks being reduced to a reward scheme for the politically connected. It is not risking. If the list of people who are nominees are mostly sitting in MPs, so you are saying that of the people in this country, the 58 million people in this country, those who have done outstanding things, the majority of these people are MPs. How? How?
I get your question.
You want the names?
Yes.
The names of the pictures which are here. Didmas Baraza. Didmas Baraza is the MP for Kimilili. Remember, he was accused of allegedly shooting someone.
Oh yeah.
The guy actually died. Right? Whether he shot the guy, the gun went off. This matter, has it really been concluded?
No, it hasn't.
It hasn't. So we leave it there. Then there's a guy called William Kamket, Tiati MP. This man has been accused severally of all manner of things. Okay? Accused.
See, this is the same guy who said they can import folks from Pokot.
This is the man who clearly speaks before he speaks. Then there's Fred Kapondi, Elgon MP. Yes, these are people who believe that anybody who says anything they don't like should be dealt with. Now, dealing with you means beating you up probably to an inch of your life. That is, of course, if you're lucky to have that inch. The likelihood of going to meet your creator
is higher than...
Oh, it's really, really, really high.
The one remaining back here at home.
Yeah. Then there's the MP for Seresia, John Waluke. This is a man who was not accused, but he was convicted.
Wait a minute. Waluke
was convicted.
I remember he spent several months in jail.
Yes. Then he appealed. But you see, when you appeal and you've been convicted, you know you're still convicted, Chief.
And I remember he was actually ordered to either go to prison or pay back that money or some amount of money.
Anyway, the faces of these people, they're asking, how can these people be named for honors when everything that they has been reported about them is dishonorable?
Lakini sitacha nikuulize, kwani kuna kitu hatujui juu ya hawa say? Because what you've actually said makes perfect sense in the eyes of the public as to why perhaps other people are more deserving of these honors. But coming back, there's a committee, and obviously come the day of sinisika mashujaa ambao watapatiwa hizi honors zao. Yani kuna msee atakubali hizo majina zipite mpaka pale mbele na wakubali president azitaje.
We have seen people being appointed to government positions who have cases in court. Somehow money which was supposed to go in a certain direction didn't quite go there, and the matter's in court. And then you find someone has been appointed chairman of KRA, and you ask. So let's, so that we understand each other, what nefarious deeds must I be accused of before I get a state commendation? Because then I can take my pick and decide which nasty thing I'm going to be involved in, so that I stand a high chance of being appointed.
I was actually just Googling who a hero is. A hero, according to Oxford Languages Dictionary online, is a person who is admired, and they've actually underlined the word admired. A person who is admired for their courage, outstanding achievements, or noble qualities. That is who a hero is. Admired for their courage, outstanding achievements, or noble qualities. I will pick out any name there and ask, when the committee in Parliament was deciding that this is a person who's going to be, shortlisted for this award, did they check if this person is admired by anyone? Perhaps they are. I don't know.
They're elected leaders.
Yeah. The person who's admired for their courage. When you talk about courage, outstanding achievements, what is that one outstanding thing they've actually done?
Some of these fellows have some fairly outstanding. Shooting somebody is fairly outstanding. You know, you don't wake up every day and you find someone has gone and shot someone in public.
And then noble qualities. So what noble qualities? And this is just by the definition of that dictionary. Do these people have? Swali zuri hilo.
You know, if you look at the thing about Kenyans, and if you look at some of the honors that Kenyans have actually received,
yes,
you want to ask the question, Kenyans who have been celebrated universally, either by the UN, bodies of the UN, International Relations Societies of Kenya, and you want to ask, this is You look at someone like Dr. Sally Kosgei, who got a lifetime achievement from the International Relations Society of Kenya. Okay? And there's a Comesa Award. You're looking at Wangari Maathai, who got the Nobel Peace Prize in 2004.
Right.
Outstanding. You're looking at Eliud Kipchoge, UN Person of the Year 2018. Some of these people have gotten state commendations. Then you're talking about Brother Peter Tibiche. Remember the UN in Kenya Person of the Year for this guy who was a teacher, remember?
Yeah, I remember him.
Yes. They are individuals.
He's a Catholic priest, right?
Yes, he is. Okay. Yeah, Wawira Njiru, okay, again, UN Person of the Year 2021. Kenyatta University students, UN in Kenya Persons of the Year. Okay, that's 2020. Kenyan Peacemakers, Kenyan UN Service Medals. These are people and many others who may not stand out as much as these ones, who have been honored by international bodies. They have said, these fellows, there are others like them in this country who the country has never honored.
Yeah.
And we are rushing to honor people who haven't done a sterling job for what we elected them to do. So what are we honoring them for? The members of parliament who are supposed to be the check and balance for our system are anything but a check and balance. Anything but a check and balance. Not a single one of these people should be honored for anything. If they've done something sterling within the boundaries of the constituency that elected them, yes, that's what they were supposed to do, man.
And they are already receiving a salary for it.
Yes. These things are meant for people who've gone beyond the call of duty. Which one of these people has gone beyond the call of duty? Except in the most nefarious way possible, where you're supposed to keep the peace and bring harmony. You've brought disunity, okay, and you've introduced chaos. Now, we are actually awarding people commendations for that. On this one, the Standard have it 100% right. Not our heroes. That's the headline. This one, kudos to you. They've got this one spot on.
Mi ningependa producer Edna tuletee hawa watu tuulize maswali. Edna, tuletee hawa watu tuulize maswali, tuulize for example Didmas Baraza. Mheshimiwa, hebu tuambie yako kwa nini hii state commendation unapea yako. Tuulize Waluke. Mheshimiwa, hii kitu unapatiwa na utaikubali. Ni nini umefanya yenye iko above and beyond the call of duties? Wewe umesema hivyo CT.
Yeah, but it has to be something remarkable.
Yeah.
It's just the whole point.
Yeah, and I'm saying we actually need to ask them.
Remember, we gave a state commendation to the Aga Khan, okay?
The late Aga Khan.
No, this particular...
Oh yes, the son of the late.
Yes, we give him the highest state commendation you can
remember.
Countries have this high commendation. The people who get them, believe me, have done remarkable work. And usually, it's not the jobs that they were employed to do. They've gone over beyond what they were supposed to do. That's when they get it. Like the Japanese give the Order of the Rising Sun. Okay? Her Majesty's government, the UK give you an OBE. These are people...
His Majesty's government.
So, this is,
I know. It's okay. Yeah. But yes, His Majesty's government.
Her Majesty's government was hers for so long, one forgets that he is now the Majesty.
But yes, you're right. King Charles and his mother before him did, knight people.
If you look at the people who got... That was a state commendation. Believe me... Those are people who did, like there's a Kenyan called Dickie Evans. Okay?
Yes.
I know Dickie Evans because he used to play in the days when I used to play rugby for Nondis. Okay? Homegrown. And believe me,
yes,
by the time somebody gets that commendation, there was an ambassador here called Sir Edward Clay.
Right.
He was also knighted.
I remember Sir Edward Clay.
These are people who have done something
extraordinary, something exceptional,
something
awesome.
Yes, the French gave their honors. I know people. This gentleman called Mado. Mado has received
the cartoonist.
Yes. The visual
caricature.
Yes,
caricaturist.
Yes,
yeah.
He received a French commendation. Somebody called John C.B. Okumu received a French commendation as well.
John C.B. Okumu is a great thespian.
Yes, exactly.
And an author.
Yes.
And a journalist.
Yes. There are very many people who have received state commendations from other countries. And when you look at There's a gentleman called Wakihuri.
Yes.
He was a marathon runner.
I remember Wakihuri, the blind.
No, Wakihuri is not blind. The blind guy is not called Wakihuri. Wakihuri is a man who trained in Japan. He's a marathon runner. He got the Order of the Rising Sun.
Let me just Google the blind one. But yes, continue.
Okay. We have medical doctors who have received those sort of commendations. I'm simply saying that when you look at those who have received these commendations, okay, you understand clearly what it is that they have done. And when you look at what they have done, you say, yeah, this one, it is important that these people be what? By
Henry Wanyoike, sorry. Henry Wanyoike is the blind Kenyan long distance runner. Yes. I was confusing him with Wakihuri, but yes.
Yes. Wakihuri was among the people who have stood up. I'm simply saying there are those who receive commendation from the Belgian government, from the Italian government, okay? And if you look at what they have done, essentially they are knighthoods, if we may call them that. It tells you that these people have done wonderful things. There's a gentleman called Dennis Awori. Dennis Awori happens to be the chairman of what we know as Toyota.
Yes.
I know he has the Order of the Rising Sun.
Okay. Oh, from Japan.
Yes. He was also ambassador to Japan at some point or the other. The truth of the matter is this. Commendations are supposed to mean something. When you hear someone has gotten a commendation, there is something they've achieved that is stupendous. It's out of the ordinary. How can being an elected leader be something extraordinary? You are elected to do a job.
We have tasked our producer to either get either of these gentlemen who've been shortlisted for commendation or someone from the committee that actually fronts these names. Tumulize muliamuaje kupatia fulani this particular honor.
Kuna kitu tumemiss hapa. Sasa tuambie tu what is it that
sababu venye sisi tunaelewa perhaps ni tofauti na kile nyinyi mnajua, because I know actually for you also to get to that list, people have got to nominate you, people who actually know you.
Yeah. Is it difficult to get people to nominate me?
So for example, City, you being a journalist, a media personality, a celebrity, your listeners can actually say, wait a minute, we actually like what City does on the show and we get so much more from him. So let's recommend him to this committee. And there's a website and there's a period of time where you can actually recommend people.
There's somebody who should actually be given such a commendation, one of the highest. I call Eric Latif. Eric Latif has been a journalist for a very long time.
Yes.
Of good repute. Knows his stuff and has risen and has worked the length and breadth of the media.
Right.
People like that should be given commendations because what they've done over the years are remarkable.
Right.
Yes. I'm mentioning this as somebody whose work I actually know well.
Because you have also worked with him.
I have. That's how come I know him that well. There are people who have been writing for the longest time and they are writing. They're called John Kamau. John Kamau writes for The Nation, and that man gives stories, historical perspectives of very many stories. These are not people you give commendations. These are people you give some of the highest commendations you can give a civilian, because what they've done for this nation in keeping up these stories. People like Mashara Gaitho, who have written for the longest time, telling stories and ensuring that they keep people abreast and keep them honest. These are people who should be commended. Then you go to musicians, people who have sang, people who have entertained, people who have informed. Then you go to thespians, people who have brought to us the living memories of people who have meant so much to the country. And that list goes on and on and on. You're talking about medical practitioners and some of the ones who have done remarkable work in research, people who've innovated things. We do not have a shortage of great Kenyans.
Yes, I agree.
Now
I agree. I actually agree. All right, so we have a few minutes to the top of the hour. There's this story I really wanted us to talk about. Tax waivers, immunity for I keep on saying United Nations. University of Nairobi bosses Dutch firm. House committee has granted massive tax exemptions and immunity to a Dutch firm associated with the Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Professor Patrick Verkooijen. Staff of the Global Center on Adaptation will have immunity from prosecutions and enjoy a raft of tax reliefs while in the country and their spouses, dependents, and relatives will be accorded similar perks. Last year, President Ruto appointed Professor Vakwejen, the president and CEO of GCA, to the university job. Siti Muga, me, I just want to ask a question. Is there any Kenyan in the Netherlands? Because this is a guy from the Netherlands. Is there any Kenya in the who's not a diplomat, like a legit diplomat?
There are many Kenyans in the Netherlands. I know some myself.
No. Who have received this kind of treatment from the Dutch government?
I wouldn't know, would I?
I highly doubt there is. There could be, I don't know, but I highly doubt. If there is, tuambiwe.
You know something, huh? Mm-hmm. When just the most basic fundamentals of survival are what somebody grapples with on a daily basis. That is somebody who's living on a shoestring. And that's someone who's teetering. They're always at a precipice. Now, when this description is something that it's a shoe that fits a very large number of Kenyans, something needs to be done. Something actually needs to be done.
Yeah.
Yes. There's a fund that was mentioned to us here in passing. Twice it's been mentioned. It's called the Nyota Fund. It's a 50 billion shilling fund, World Bank. All right? Now, this is a fund that caters for a group of people. You have to be 18 and I think 25 or something. They don't care whether you were in standard 2.5. That's not their problem. Okay? This is a fund and you have to be within that age. There's an algorithm that determines it. So you move, if you apply, you will be disqualified. You won't go anywhere.
Okay.
There are no papers you take someone and send you. No. Okay? People who have experience but require documentation of that experience. People who are in a group and want to start something. Individuals who have an idea of what they want to do. Okay? It was mentioned yesterday by the two gentlemen who are here. Very big on that agenda is the training and what have you. What they were talking about were documented and brought about by the World Bank. You cannot give people money without training them how to use it. You can't assume that an 18-year-old knows exactly what to do with money. He thinks, she thinks, they think they know, but how to ensure that money actually makes you money, that's a completely different discussion.
Okay. The thing about this Dutch firm is that every single person who works for that Dutch firm is immune from prosecution in Kenya. Their families, similar perks. There's someone called MP here on YouTube. The Dutch Boers want 10,000 acres per child.
Where?
I don't know if that's connected to this story, but
where?
In Kenya, obviously.
Where is that story? Is that an excerpt from that particular story?
Ndio maana nimesema MP on YouTube. I do not know where he has gotten that story. But getting back to this story, family immunity. They get literally diplomatic level treatment in Kenya for as long as they're here.
Okay, that's fine.
Aye.
That's what they have worked out, and that's the arrangement they have.
Now, asked, is there a Kenyan we can go in and see that they've gotten similar treatment apart from the actual diplomats that we have sent there to represent Kenya?
Ask yourself the question: do the Dutch give even their own Dutch citizens such
that level
of privilege? And the answer is no.
Do Kenyans give? Does the Kenyan government give its own citizens this level of protection?
Yes, if you're connected, yes.
Ogeno Mondi, good morning. John Mutua, good morning. Mark Kittering, good morning. Big Daddy Cool, hi, all the way from Western Australia. John Gugi anasema tuned in from Dar, just arrived this morning from Nairobi. Thank you so much, John Gugi, for umefika hivi na ukatufungulia. Robert, good morning to the amazing tag team. Nakuru plugged in. Thank you very much, Robert. Engineer Fighter Karaoke, salamu nyingi kutoka mji wa Memphis hapa Marekani. Engineer, salamu zimefika na zimepokelewa vizuri. Thanks for tuning in. Simba Gambari, that is amesema engineers, is it Simba or Slamba? I'm assuming this is Simba. Engineer Simba, Dubai Metro Blue Line, UAE locked in. And then of course we have MP giving us a shout out. Don't go too far because we'll be right back shortly after this break.
It's 7 o'clock.
Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union has postponed today's planned demonstration in Kiambu County. The protest, which was initially set for today, has now been rescheduled to Monday, October 13th, 2025. In a statement, KMPDU Secretary General Dr. Davji Atela said the move is to allow broader participation, effective coordination, and meaningful engagement with all relevant stakeholders. Kenya will today assume the chairmanship of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa with a pledge to champion a new era of regional integration anchored on digital transformation and value chain development. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki announced the transition during the 18th COMESA Business Forum in Nairobi on Tuesday, saying Kenya's leadership will focus on using digital technology to strengthen trade, enhance competitiveness, and promote sustainable growth across member states. He said the forum's theme aligns closely with Kenya's national development agenda.
Kenya is assuming the chairmanship of our organization, COMESA. This is not a light responsibility. Kenya will leverage this role to champion a new era of regional integration that uses digitalization to deepen value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth to actualize the theme of this forum. This theme resonates powerfully with Kenya's aspiration for radical national transformation, primarily focused on boosting intra-regional trade and economic integration within COMESA member states.
Senate's Trade Committee wants President William Ruto to engage his Ugandan counterpart Yoweri Museveni to consider removing non-tariff barriers, slowing down trade between the two countries. During a visit to Malaba one-stop border post, the senators noted that although the facility has exceeded its revenue targets, Kenyan traders still face greater challenges accessing the Ugandan market than their Ugandan counterparts do it in Kenya. The committee is also expected to engage the Kenya National Highways Authority to prioritize expansion of infrastructure at the border gate.
We are going to summon the in charge of Kenya, because this we cannot agree. We cannot agree on this issue because this road was supposed to be completed, I think, 2 years back or 3 years back. So 4 years back, and we don't know what is the reason. So we as a committee, we are going to summon them, and even the Minister for Transport, they're going to summon to make sure that this road is completed in exactly time. Takaa chini tena, hata kama kwenda kuzungumza na Prime Cabinet Secretary ambaye ndio in charge of foreign affairs, Mheshimiwa Musalia Mudavadi, akae chini na hawa counterpart wa Uganda waweze kurekebisha hii shida ni nini.
A former mortuary attendant at Mbagathi Hospital was on Tuesday questioned over claims that he received 40,000 Kenya shillings bribe to illegally release a body from the hospital's morgue. Jared Konchuri denied the allegations in court as the prosecutions presented evidence accusing him of taking the money from a woman identified as Anne, who allegedly sought to retrieve her relative's body without following due process. During questioning, Konchuri admitted to receive the cash but claimed he handed it over to another person, maintaining that he did not personally benefit from the transaction.
Pesa hiyo that very day she had the money, hiyo pesa nikawapatia wakiwa wawili, wakiwa James na yeye wakatelemuka kwenda morgue na mimi nikaenda sit hall.
Unajua yana ameshaongea.
Yes.
Hata rangi yenye ameongea haijatauka.
Yes.
Alisema ulimwambia akuje na 40,000 the following day. Alikupatia 40,000. Kweli long.
That very day.
Whichever day. Wewe utatukumbusha.
Tukiwa na yeye na James nikawapatia wakaenda. Yes. Yes.
Nani alipokea 40,000 kwanza?
Ni mimi.
Ulipokea 40,000 kutoka kwa nani?
Kwa
mwenye anataka mwili itoke haraka, si ndio?
5 people have been detained after an alleged attempted assassination of Ecuador's president, according to the government. About 500 people threw rocks at the car of President Daniel Noboa, and there were signs of bullet damage on his vehicle, according to the country's energy and environment minister, who added that Noboa was not hurt. A video shared by the president's office shows protesters throwing rocks at a car and 3 holes in one of the car windows. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. It is that time when we actually get to have our conversation. Our guest is on his way, but the conversation still continues irregardless. I came to discover that irregardless is actually part of the English. It's in the English dictionary.
Dictionary.
Yes.
Not dictionary, bro.
Dictionary.
Yeah.
Ay bwana, mimi nitaita dictionary bwana.
So as long as we understand you, it's
si umeelewa ni dictionary?
Naelewa.
Si umeelewa ni dictionary?
Bro, hata dictionary bado nimeelewa.
So as our guest is on the, makes his way here, SHA, more pay, less benefits. We've been talking about this SHA menace for a while now. I honestly do not know why 2 years later we are still having this conversation.
Actually, we are going to have this conversation for quite a while.
Acha tu nisome kitu kadogo hapa hivi. 1 year after the launch of the Social Health Authority, which is funded by hefty statutory deductions on workers' incomes, cancer patients are demanding a better oncology package, saying the current scheme is insufficient. Many say they are forced to pay out of pocket for life-saving care. Those unable to pay have had to abandon treatment after exhausting their cover. You know, I actually know of patients who decide to just go and chill at home and they opt for a peaceful kwaheri because they're like, history ya kwenda hospitali manze jo, being on chemo day and night, mara kidogo after that you're told radiotherapy, radio chemo, whatever. They're just like, you know what, I think I'm done.
The truth of the matter is this, Yes. These are non-communicable diseases. These are chronic. Some of them are chronic. Many of them are directly life-threatening. The cost of ensuring that people who have these illnesses get catered for requires a fund that is well heeled. It takes time to build the sort of funding that is required to cater for this, because not everybody is ill, not everybody goes to hospital. So if more and more people contribute and the fund is managed well,
yes,
it is not impossible for them to get treatment that is reasonable and commensurate with their needs.
Yes.
It is not impossible. Okay? But this is my view. If I look at the maths that we did yesterday with these two, the two
economists.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
If you look at the amount of money when we paid 1.5 trillion for debts, the percentage that we have remaining, it amounts to something like around 40%. That 40%, in all honesty, cannot be used for what we need on a daily basis in this country. Money distributed to the counties, money given to the various ministries,
yes,
money given to all these funds that are funded from the exchequer. So my thinking is that a lot of juggling has to be done by the government.
Yes.
But where the problem comes in is not the juggling. The individuals who are tasked with the duty of making sure that these things happen, are they equal to the task? I'm asking the question. Because what we're dealing with requires not ordinary people. It requires exceptional managers and leaders. Exceptional, not ordinary, exceptional. Because the situation is dire. Before we even look at the shortfall which is being represented there, do we have people at the helm? And I'm talking about the ministry, I'm talking about the departments, I'm talking about PS level, who understand the seriousness of the situation and have found a way of managing it. So that you move things around and you make sure that these people are critical. Because there's supposed to be a fund. The critical. That one. These people who are protesting, how do we ensure we have enough money to make sure that these people get the care they need? It's a question that must be asked. Where do we need to move money from? Do we need to give the counties less money? No, but the counties, health is a devolved function. Do we stop health from being a devolved function? Do we make it the questions that need to be asked are questions that are supposed to provide us at least with a pathway to a solution. Because there is a problem. They're not saying it's not working, they're saying it's inadequate. See the conversation?
Oh yeah.
It's inadequate. And it is. Because I have a friend of mine who goes for dialysis. And he tells me, out of the 3 sessions he needs, Sha pays for 2. So he only pays for 1. So him is okay. He says it's good. It's a good relief.
Yeah.
So again, that conversation, yes, are the people who are charged with the responsibility of ensuring that this thing works, are they up to the task?
Good question. And we'll leave it at that for now, but we shall definitely revisit this conversation, and perhaps this time round we shall have the CEO of SHA, that is Dr. Mercy Mwangangi, perhaps to help us explain some of these issues and some of these questions that we actually do have. But in studio, our guest has arrived. We're talking about the National Coordinator Elections Observation Group, ELOG. We want to focus on the 2027 election preparedness. So therefore, welcome Mr. Mule Musau. Good morning, sir. How are you doing? And welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. My morning is well.
All right.
It's good to see senior here.
Yes. always a good morning with you. Wanasemanga palipo wazee hapaharibiki jambo.
Hapaharibiki jambo kabisa.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Let's get down to it and talk about our preparedness as far as elections 2027 are concerned. Are we prepared?
Well, if I want a very quick answer is we are not because we're in the process. Elections are about just under 2 years away. There are quite a number of things that we need to have done by now. One being boundaries is a critical issue. We should have had a commission in office a long time ago where we could have done quite a number of things. Some of the things they are doing right now have been overtaken by events. But granted, that's how things are at the moment. So I think it's a question of how well we can be able to prepare ourselves using that limited time that we have. But we are not ready. I mean, if they are to be called tomorrow, there'll be quite a number of things which will not be in place. So we have to, I think, use the time that is remaining very wisely as we prepare the country to what promises to be a very interesting election.
What would preparedness look like if we were to talk about an ideal situation where we say and proclaim that we are prepared?
I think the first thing for me would be elections about the people. Do you have the people who can vote? That's number one. That's where the voter register comes in. We have a register which is not updated. So we can't even now talk about an election when you don't have the people to vote. Would have the boundaries. For instance, for me, the Constitution talks about ensuring the equality of the vote. You don't walk into an election without having distributed the weight of the vote across the country in a manner that ensures that representation is going to be fair. So that again would have been an issue that would have, if that is in place, you'll be ready. The reforms. We have, every time we conduct elections, we go through a process where we review what went right, what went wrong.
Yes.
We come up with drafts of recommendations. We go to change this, we go to change the other. So if the costs were too much, you want to reduce them. If there was no efficiency in terms of the technology, you want to ensure that all those are in place. So if now we were speaking in a situation where our technology is ready, it's been imepigwa msasa, We have assessed it. We have even known what the issues are. Right now, IBC is still talking about that they only have 15,000 kits, KIMS kits. If we need one kit per polling station, and the last time we had 46,000 of them, there's already a deficit. And that's a procurement process. So for me, readiness would mean what tools do you have, what equipment are required, are the laws in place, is the register updated, and are the other processes in terms of the funds which would support all these processes, are they in place? And have we created a fair system for us to be able to hold elections?
Let me ask this question. We have this discussion every 5 years, not every year.
Yeah.
We are told that voter registration is always an ongoing process. We even know when our elections are supposed to take place. It's not something that, it's not an intergalactic activity that catches us by surprise. No, we know.
Yeah.
Okay? Why is the preparedness always a discussion when it's 2 years or 1 year to the election? When we've had 5 years to prepare for it, so that all the shortfalls we're talking about are catered for and dealt with from the end of one election, the preparedness begins. So that even a year before the election or two, we're actually prepared and we're waiting for the election to take place. Why are we always in this same situation every 5-year electoral cycle?
For me, two reasons. The overwhelming reason, bad manners. And bad manners is by the people who are in the offices where they're supposed to be responsible. We have the politician, the parliament, basically, because it is supposed to ensure there's a flowing funding for that continuous process. For that IBC to conduct its affairs, they must be provided enough adequate budgets. The laws which need to be tweaked here and there, again, you go to parliament. They need to move and fast track those things. The commissioners themselves and the people at the IBC ought to also take up the responsibilities. They've been employed on a permanent basis. Some on they have security of tenure. When they get into office, they again are required to process those things. So for me, it's first a question of bad manners. People are not acting, and that's one of the reasons why we even came up with this interesting article or chapter 6 of the Constitution to talk about integrity issues, because we are trying to address our leadership deficits. I don't think we have adequately addressed that issue, but that is one. Number two for me is it's a 5-year cycle, as CT says. It should be predictable. We have a calendar year where we know there is January to December. We have processes which are defined constitutionally about how they'll be carried out. If, for instance, voter registration and voter education are continuous processes, surely our people who work on our budgets and who work in terms of creating or facilitating these processes know that our laws are saying, ni kama shule, it's like you go to school, we know the terms. You go and ask any teacher, any head teacher, atakwambia, this is my work plan for the entire semester or term. And I know when exams begin. I know when the best time for us to go to trips. It's supposed to be a predictable process. Has it ever been predictable? We are still talking about brand new commissioners in place right now. Why are we not having those commissioners in good time? So I guess for me, I think those are the two major issues I see. A culture of just mediocrity when it comes to the leadership and what responsibilities are supposed to be discharged, and secondly, a lack of efficiency in terms of even the planning process itself, because it should be a clear process where everybody should be aware of what comes up after the next turn.
Right. You spoke about delimitation of boundaries earlier on, and that is a process now that we've been told, because of the constitutional timelines, you imeisha tungoje now the next time. Is that such a big deal that we should actually consider it as something that can hinder us from moving forward as a country even after the elections, or is it something we can say let's deal with it after the elections?
There are two answers to that. The first answer would be we need boundary delimitation. Why? We envisage an election which is fair, which creates fairness. The balance of society, society must be balanced in terms of how it makes decisions. We elect people to go to parliament to make decisions. Those decisions must be on the basis of representation which is spread across the country, but in a balanced way, because the idea here is everybody's opinion matters in this country. So when we are distributing, we have 290 constituencies.
Yes.
Those are already established in the constitution. But our population keeps changing because of two major reasons. One, births, it is increasing, and secondly, movement. People keep moving. Migrations. So because of that, you can have a constituency which had, for instance, there are constituencies which had over 200,000 people at some point, and others were having less than 10,000 people. Now, when those two people, or those two members of parliament, for instance, come to Bunge and they are voting for the finance bill, and each of them, 200,000 people are making one vote, and the 10,000 are also making a single vote. You can see the unfairness in that decision. So for me, that's a big issue that needs to be addressed.
Okay.
And that is where the constitution envisages that there will be periodical reviews which allow us to organize these constituencies in a matter, or change the boundaries in a manner that ensures the quota, which we use a quota, which is around, I think it's around 164,000 now,
yes,
give or take. Urban areas, you can have a width of 40% plus minus. Less sparsely populated areas, 30%. So you have the leeway to work with that and say if we agree that is the balance.
Okay.
So that is what we are supposed to be addressing, and that's why it is needed for the next election, because we were in 2012 when the last time the boundaries were done. We never attained the complete balance. We had to actually create a special status for a number of constituencies to say, let's just go through these elections, but we'll address this matter by the time the other boundary review comes along. Now we have not done that. It was supposed to be done by last year. That was the
June last year.
No, it was actually April last year.
Yes,
we should have done that. Now that's been overtaken by events. The problem that we have right now is that the timeline between now and the election is less than two years. The constitutional timelines is that no boundaries should be reviewed a year to the election. If we started that process right now, although the IBC Secretariat has indicated a number of times that they have done a lot of the homework, I doubt whether we would be finishing this by July, which should be the cut-off point next year. I doubt whether it can be, because it's a very emotive issue.
Yes,
you want to move people from one constituency to the other.
Another one.
It can affect how people who they want to vote for. It can affect the candidature of certain individuals, because they can see their what would call their supporters going to another side. And that's what there is usually this accusation of gerrymandering. People can do the boundaries in a manner that would make it easier for somebody either to win or easier for somebody else to lose. So it's an emotional issue, and it would be very difficult to be able to address it within the next 5-6 months.
So what is the solution as far as delimitation is concerned?
I think for me the solution should be transparency. Transparency on the part of the commission and the other duty bearers, in terms of, can we all talk about it, so that it would be okay if Kenyans decided under the circumstances, we are willing to forego that balance, for purposes of being well prepared for that election.
Yes.
And avoiding all the issues which may arise from the process of determining those boundaries. For now, if Kenyans agreed on that, I would be okay with it. But if we go to that boundary with that election without that issue being addressed or being put on the table, at the very least, they can come up. Bunge has come up. I think the Narco bills came up with a proposal that they wanted to postpone, to elongate the period of the review, so that it would be between 10 and 20 years. What that would mean is that would say that that period, we'll void the cut-off point of last year, and then we'll extend it all the way to 2032, when we can actually be able to do the review. But that would now mean that we have created an opportunity to do either the boundaries before, if we think can be done, or after the elections. But the issue for me has to be put on the table for
So we
Kenyans to
can
make a
actually
decision.
create a special circumstance whereby immediately after elections, once we get the 14th parliament, now we discuss this whole issue of
Yes.
delimitation. All right.
Yes.
But bear one thing in mind, even as you are having this conversation, our constitution caps the number of constituencies that we can have.
Yes.
So you'll move people around, constituencies remain the same.
Yes.
Now, part of the reason why a lot of hoo-ha was created on this matter is because we always saw constituencies being increased.
Yes.
Because you look at a population, in the last election, there were 5,000. Now they're 20. So you figure, Apana, we need to divide this into two so that the representation is fairer.
Yes.
But then that brings in the entire the discussion of, okay, so what is fair representation? Because in the previous government that we had, we didn't have a devolved government until Uhuru came in. So when you talked about members of parliament and constituencies, the representation meant something different from what it means now. Okay? So would you be saying that if you then have these boundaries looked at, are we going to change the law of what it is that determines a constituency and the threshold of the population that needs to be in that particular geographical enclave for it to form a constituency?
Okay.
See, these are discussions that the public must be aware of. So when you're talking about boundaries delineation, they know exactly what it is you're talking about right now. If we were to ask, even take a poll right now and ask Kenyans, what do you understand by this? You'd be amazed at what they know. Some will tell you in the past, there are some constituencies which disappeared. It is true.
Yeah.
I know because I had an uncle of mine who many years ago wanted to vie for a particular seat.
Yes.
The auntie, my auntie, who was his wife, a devout Christian, had prayed because she did not want this gentleman to go into politics. There are those who argued that her prayers were answered because when the boundaries were looked at, that constituency disappeared.
Yeah.
So he couldn't vie for that position.
He felt like he had been robbed of an opportunity.
The constituency ceased to exist.
Yeah.
So there are those who said God answers prayers.
Divine intervention.
Yes.
So, Musao, let me ask you. There has been talk of, a certain section of the population wanting, not constituencies, but what they call counties,
Yes.
reduced probably to the former 18 provinces that we had, or at least to something manageable like 14.
We had 9 provinces.
9 provinces?
Yes,
There
we had
weren't
9.
8.
No, we had 9. If you included Nairobi, there were 9.
I remember them being 8.
Yeah, just count.
Anyway, the point is that something that the IBC can be tasked with, or that needs special legislation in Parliament?
That is not for IBC. IBC is their responsibility is not on the county boundaries. That's a very different engagement altogether.
Right.
But there is a way that if you the workings, and as City has said, we are already tied to the 290 in terms of the constituencies.
Right.
How the boundaries move is a question, and I really like the point that he's made in terms of Kenyans do not understand this entire story about boundaries.
Yes.
They'll think some of them will disappear, they'll think others will be born. It is the 290 which remains. It's just the boundaries moving to accommodate or reduce people. I think that is the big issue, and that is where the emotions will be, because nobody wants to be moved around very easily. I mean, you have to really convince people. But I don't think it's the mandate of IBC to be able to deal with the counties.
Right.
If there's a desire for Kenyans to be able to address the question of counties, I think that's a conversation, I think, which requires, again, very robust engagements with the people.
Right.
Because you've had, I mean, there have been quite a number of people in different counties who have been making a lot of noise in terms of whether belonging to this particular county or the other. And now, of course, the attraction here is now the kind of resources which are also going to the county. If they do go the way they should go.
Wait. Let me take you back for a second.
Yes.
Why would anyone wonder whether they belong to, say, Makueni or Machakos County?
Because of the resources, or because of maybe the leadership, because of cultural issues. There are so many reasons why people would want to move from one to the other, or feel to belong.
It's a personal choice. It's not like, because the limit we know where Machakos ends, for example.
Boundaries are artificial.
And where Kitui starts. Yes.
But boundaries are artificial. These are things which are just designed. The people are real. The people may have their cultural orientations, which may make them feel that
I belong to this county.
Is also a block, is an electoral area.
Yes.
For governor, for senator.
True.
So now again, you're also talking about the need of the question of if my clan was on this side, maybe they would be able to give me votes. So there must be some political instigations,
Yes.
on
Actually,
and excitement over the same.
You're right, because there's a region in Makueni that borders Kajiado County. So you find, and I'm sure you know about Q. Yeah, so Q borders Erankau, and you will find that there are Kambas in Erankau.
Yes.
Now, when it comes to voting, they have to vote for the governor in Kajiado, but these are
Yes,
Kambas,
exactly.
so they feel like, no, we need to be voting in Makueni County, where we can actually. Now I get where
If
that
I
comes.
give it the other associated, very associated with the Q one, is Konza. Is Konza not a
Konza.
major problem?
It is.
Three
It is.
counties fight for it.
Machakos,
Makueni,
Makueni,
and Kajiado.
But consider also
Yes.
when you are talking about the game reserve that
Exactly.
we think is in the coast. People in what we knew as Rift Valley, Narok, Kajiado claim it, Taita Taveta claim it, Kambas claim it.
Exactly.
Yes. So,
Okay.
Exactly.
and those are, you really can't move those things around because you'll create more problems.
Yeah, no, there'll be problems.
They already exist.
Yeah.
So you're just better off having them as there and people discussing.
Especially on
and
the
talking and
culture
agree.
part there.
Oh,
It's-
yes.
It's a big deal.
Yes.
Culture and
No,
resource.
I totally
And
get
the-
it.
the-
Culture and resources, especially resources. You know, even this
Even-
conversation of the
yeah.
SGR. Where was the SGR? They were trying to do it in a manner that between the Kambas and the Masais, you get
Yes.
something in between.
Yes.
There was going to be questions about who gets who is supposed to be in this no man's land, who owns it,
Yes.
and who is getting compensated.
And then there was the issue of should that railway actually pass through a game reserve?
Yes.
Whether it is Savo, whether it's Nairobi National Park. And what exactly are you disturbing? Remember, there was a road network that was supposed to go through the Serengeti in Tanzania. My friend, the fuss and the dust it caused.
Yes.
Exactly.
These are not simple issues. Now you tell me, you talk about boundaries, and there are all these things that are in the air and the discussions around boundaries. Who owns what, and this particular resource, where is it situated? Now, somebody comes and draws a line, because the line you draw, and say, the reasons we are giving is for this to be drawn. This problem didn't exist. Now, you'll have cemented it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. True story. Because they even fight or disagree at the very least over grass. Your cows are grazing in our land. Your cows. Yeah, it's a big deal. Let's get back to the preparedness. Are citizens prepared to vote? Are they ready, rather, to get to the ballot, considering what we're seeing with IBC? Of course, people are saying it's also very early for us to judge whether Kenyans will come out and register for their right to vote. But I'm thinking that we've been having these political conversations now for over a year. People complaining and saying that they want to make changes come 2027. And I was expecting when IBC started registration last Monday, saizi tungekuwa tumeregister millions of Kenyans.
There is talk and there is action. First, from my point of view, I think we are expecting too much in terms of people registering at this time. The response rate so far, in my view, based on history and how we have gone about business, is okay. If you ask me, those numbers are there. In fact, I mean, I think even the interesting statistics that I'm getting is that if you look at the Nairobi, which has a higher density of population, and then you also have the Manderas and the Wajirs, they seem to be attracting much more interest than Nairobi. If you look at it, if you compare with the last registration, for instance, as the best survey. But the issue for me is that there are cultural issues, and there's a way we go about our business in this country. Kenyans, there's a local professor who we talked about this years ago, the peculiar habits of Kenyans delaying until the last minute. KRA, we rush last minute. On anything that we are told that there's this drive which is going on, we run the last minute. So expecting, people always trickle in on the first days. What I would, so I don't think there is anything really readable right now about whether they are not going to come out in good numbers.
Right.
What I like is that because it is targeted to the young people especially, and there's been this agitation, I mean, there's been a political excitement over the last 2 years or so, I would expect that to translate one way or the other to an increased appetite, especially by the young people,
Right.
to register. And I've seen quite a number of their own platforms where they are encouraging each other to try to do this. So I would like over time to as we make the analysis, we also get very interested in seeing whether the young people are really responding to this, and whether there is an appetite for that. We also want to see how politicians are mobilizing. They are interested in the vote. They're interested in seeing people participate. They'll be interested in the transfers, for instance. They'll be interested in registering as many new voters as possible. Obama in the US, when he was the first time he decided to run, he just looked at the registers and realized the guys in the colleges are not registered. He started moving around the colleges, mobilizing that particular constituency and exciting them. So I would expect the politicians to also, they know there is already the bulwark of the numbers is within the young people, and we have seen them move to the streets. They don't need any further excitement.
Yes.
But how then do you get them into the registration the books? So for me, I think that's where what we need to watch.
Okay.
The numbers for now, I don't think they are readable.
Right.
I think it's too early.
You know, it's interesting you should say that, because there's one particular clip about the Obama election that I found fascinating. There was a 14-year-old boy going from door to door campaigning for Obama. And he was asked, but you are 14 years old. You can't even vote. And he said, yes, but in 4 years' time, I'll be in a position to vote. So I want somebody who, when I'm able to vote and have a voice and I'm a legal adult, represents the virtues of what I want to see. And I thought, goodness gracious me. Nothing stops a young person from being adequately informed about what it is you need to do in an election. But what my brother Musao here talks about, the bad manners, you know, Kenyans are really polite. We have entrenched misinformation, disinformation, violence, okay? The things, the variables that characterize our elections are just about the worst, the most negative qualities you'd actually want to see in an election. Every time we appoint a board for the IEBC, oh, the hue and cry. But it begins with the dishonesty of the leadership in our political sphere. They want representation on that board of their own people, whom they usually disown at some point when things don't quite work out the way they had thought they had wanted. So how do we move away from the patronization of political leadership in the formation of the IEBC? How do we move away from it so that they're truly independent? Is it possible? I think it is. But how do we do it? Because if you think about it, all these things, and a small point but really significant, the cost of our elections. If you look at what, in fact, on this entire continent, if you look at what it costs to actually get somebody elected, it's double the global average.
Yes.
And part of it is because we buy votes.
Voter bribery is the biggest electoral offense in the country.
Yeah.
And yet we practice it.
And the widest. And the most accepted.
Yes.
You know where? Go to your village.
Yes.
And ask them when Kura time comes, how they organize themselves. Those mamas and those wazes, they change even their money harvesting methods because now it's more lucrative to go and sit in rallies than to go to the shamba or to go to the shop.
Right.
In some of those areas. And that is accepted. You know, it has been accepted. It's part of it. So politicians have to budget for that. You know, I remember, City, when the members of parliament were raising their salaries. There was a very big debate, a very robust debate around that time. The first time it ever became getting to those astronomical figures.
Yes.
The conversation and some of the reasonings you could even hear in parliament were that, do you know when we move out of this house, Apa Inje, do you know how many people are waiting for us, kwa mlango, to pay this school fees, to pay this, to pay the other, hospital bill here, that I have to have extra money because I'm giving this money from my salary. Yeah. So I need more money. You know, so they were actually budgeting
for those handouts. Yes.
To give for handouts.
Bwana Musao, I hear that argument. It is the lamest excuse. It is a completely disabled excuse. The reason is this. The politicians are the one who created this culture of giving people money. People didn't go around asking politicians for money and insist they should be given.
That's true.
It's the politicians who introduced this culture. Now, why I say it's lazy and lame is this. When you do not have the capacity to think, or the laziness, and you don't want to think of a system that can guarantee that these needs that your people have, which you know are structured.
Yeah.
CDF was supposed to help structure this. And I'm a proponent for it, despite the fact that I'm told it's illegal, for a simple reason. I have seen what it can do. I have witnessed things that people could otherwise not have envisioned. CDF managed what we now call NGCDF. Okay? Now, surely, there is no county, there is no constituency in this country that you can say is devoid of any business opportunities. What do you do with all these funds that we have within the country? What do we do with all these monies that are being given for all manner of things? How does one harness them so that the people you represent are direct beneficiaries of it? All these embassies you see here, not only do they have development aid, they have units within the embassies that are supposed to help locals. If you know and you bother and you find out what they do, if it's help you want. This culture of giving is something we like. The politicians like it. And because it is given, nobody ever thinks and asks, what do you do with 50 shillings? Just tell me, what do you do with 50 shillings? And how often do you receive it? Or 100, or even 200, or even 500? Even in the remotest part of this country. Because it's once. What do you do with it? How does it change your life? Now, by the time your mind is focused on this money, the very activities that would raise your standard of living, enable you to eat better, are abundant, as you put it, in pursuit of this. So how exactly is the politician helping you, this person who you want to vote for?
Yeah.
No. They want more money, and that's the excuse. They are in a position to, because these fellows are educated, but they're lazy.
Yeah.
And the focus on plundering is far greater than the focus on actually helping the people who elected them. Look, every ill that we speak of regarding our elections relates to politicians and how they do their business.
Exactly. I agree.
And then, us as an afterthought, the discussion brings us in as people who tolerate it. But we actually don't tolerate it, we encourage it. Because we do not speak loudly enough against it, and we don't take a position, we might as well support it. So here we are, we find ourselves in this particular position. And there's an election round the corner, and the same conversations we've had before are the same conversations we're going to have. Now, look at the genesis of this. Our political parties and the leadership really have no right to complain about election fraud.
Right.
No.
Because within their own parties, if you knew what goes on,
They don't even see the system.
yes, they present themselves as honest brokers. They're not honest brokers. We have systems where in this country, even during election time, because when we elect the majority of us in the areas we come from where people speak the same language as us.
Yes.
We all engage in electoral fraud.
Yes.
You will find situations where people vote multiple times. One individual. Yes.
When they don't get that mark on their finger.
So what?
Now let me tell you some very good story. I was in Moldova last week. They were doing parliamentary elections. They don't have indelible ink. And Moldova should nearly qualify to be a developing nation. I think if by all means and standards, it shouldn't be, we can't say it's in the first world. This is a country just under Ukraine. And these are the East Europeans who are under the throes of dictatorships for a very long time.
Okay.
So they basically suffer the same problems Africa suffers. But they are willing to commit themselves to some level of integrity. That question about indelible ink, you just reminded me, because it was something I asked.
Yes.
How come I'm not seeing any ink? I said, no, but the guy has been ticked off the
register.
The register is voted. So is he going to come back? He's not going to come back. We don't expect him to come back. Why would he come back? You know how simple the explanation is. It just tells you about the level of integrity in that process, because it was a very simple process. By 6 a.m., I remember we said late when the counting was going down, and then at some point I said, this was a presidential election, so let me wait for the results. By 6, in my phone, I had the results.
6 p.m.
6 a.m. in the
Or the
morning,
next
the
morning.
Next day morning.
All right.
You have the results. and this result is coming from the Election Commission. It's not coming from anybody else. It's they have done the tallies around the country.
Right.
And it's a question for me about this efficiency, and City is talking about the culture and the posture that we have allowed ourselves to have. You have to have this testimony of, there was look, I voted. This is what some guys even go. I know a guy in the mtaani who, because he never wanted to go and vote, and everybody is coming with ink, he just go ahead and dipped his own in the Lomo ink.
Yes, then came and showed guys,
nime vote. I mean, what is the big story? We have to confirm, we have to affirm.
Musa, the big story here is this: we don't honor the pact that the Constitution presents us with. For the Constitution to work, we all have to agree to abide by it. That's the pact.
Yes.
We have to agree. So that anything wrong, in fact, when it's a discussion, you're shocked, you said, but why would you want to do this wrong thing? That's what you experience.
Yeah, exactly.
See, we are the complete opposite. People relish the idea of lying. People relish the idea of being fraudulent.
Breaking rules.
Yes. Hey, you know me, I voted 7 times. I'm thinking, what are you?
You even brag about it.
You even talk about
I know this because I know people who've done that.
But how do you vote more than once, though?
Let me put it to you
with
simply.
That indelible ink in front of all these people in the polling station.
The ink. Those returning officers, where do they come from?
Of course, hapo mtaani tu.
So, if it is my cousin, and we all know whom we want to vote in for president, what even stops him from giving me a whole bunch of ballot papers for me to just fill as I see fit? What stops him? Because you're going to count the ballot papers. You're not going to count the fingers. So, what stops him? No, seriously, what stops him?
Well, I've always said that our laws are saying that voting or the results of a polling stations are final, isn't it? That makes that small room a closure point for any decision. So what City is saying is that if those 6 clerks, that PO, assistant PO, the party agents who are also coming from that region, my observers who are also coming from that region, because I don't get an observer from anywhere else.
Yes,
they all sit there and conspire
and agree.
There is nothing in law
that you're going to do
that you can do unless somebody has found out that, unless there's an inconsistency that you can see, like those over 100% things. We know a polling station has this number of voters. I mean, you turn out more than 150%. That's stupid. But nothing stops you from saying we have registered a polling station which has 700 voters. We know only 300 came actually, and we added 200, and therefore 600 voted. That can be done.
Yes.
So long as there's a conspiracy in that room.
Right.
And there's nothing all of us can do about it.
Okay.
They'll sabu the kura and then they'll give it out. So usually this story of what you call voting area or blocks is a very dangerous thing. It is done everywhere. Everybody, you hear even the politicians say, wakiba huko kwa pia situ kuiba kwetu. Because that's a kind of conspiracy that they will have. That we have our people, and that's why even you hear sometimes even IBC is distributing its personnel. When there are reshuffles, unasikia kama kelele zinapigwa by politicians especially.
Okay.
If they do any reshuffles of too close to the election, or you're bringing new people, no, you guys are planning to rig. But there's also another aspect of it that maybe IBC
you're
is trying
our plan.
Yes.
You're not disrupting our plan that we had already planned to rig.
Yes, we knew the people who were here. Now you're starting, but basically you're trying to bring other people. Our organization did a qualitative report on the elections. There's a technical report where we get data, quantitative data analysis and all that.
Right.
We did one where we are now asking people questions. What do you think about the elections? Some of the feedback that we got was very interesting. People know, and I love what City has just said. People know the people who go to man polling stations. They are their teachers, and they can tell you that in this region it was one family. That's part of the feedback I was getting, that hii area yote walichukua familia nani peke yake. So their sister is there, the brother is there. So and we know this family has a political orientation or leaning. See, that's what the people are saying.
Yes.
And that is feedback that you get. That's when now you go and ask that person, do you believe the election were free and fair? I'll tell you, no way. No way. We saw what happened here. These are the kind of issues, misgivings that we create in this system.
Okay.
That rather than we trust the system, we are a pact. It's a simple pact. A pact that usikojoe hapa. But that is exactly the place people stop.
Under that sign. Under the sign, ama you unakojolea that sign.
Exactly. No, that's what we are doing with our elections and our laws.
There is talk also of blockchain, where we use that technology to actually help us in elections. Number one, has it been used anywhere that you know of? Is it a way, an effective way of us to vote? Is it a direction we can actually take?
Blockchain is a good technology. If you want accountability and you want to ensure that every of the processes can be accounted for, it's a technology which would be helpful for our cause. My issue with technology has always been one. Article 86, when it talks about the principles of the elections system, it says it needs to be simple. For me, simplicity must be understood from the eyes of mwananchi. And I've given this example quite a number of times. In Gambia, they use marbles to vote. They don't use ballot papers. Bano. No bano.
No way.
Yes, they use marbles. Now, and I was there in 2021 when the country was trying to make a decision about whether they should go to ballot papers or they retain their traditional system of using marbles. The people said,
marbles.
Sisi, tunataka ile tunaingiza. In fact, they have a hole like this. Wanaeka kwa drum, and the drum is metallic. Wasikia ilia, ting! Wanajua nimepiga kura. Aski, ting! Hizo ni mbili. Umepiga kura, umeiba kura hapo. They're listening to that in a polling station. That's a system. That's simplicity that's access to a system. We can create. I fear what we fear in Kenya and what I fear in Kenya, because we have had this quite a lot of technology. The KIMS kits is just a technology. The transmission process that we had the last time is a technology that we try to employ to make it much more transparent. Did it make it transparent? Did people feel it was transparent? Because this is where the issue is. If you're going to create a system that does not create, why M-Pesa is trusted. M-Pesa may even be using blockchains in the systems, but nobody wants to know that, so long as you can see your 100. I send 100 shillings to you, and you got your 100, and that has been the trust. In fact, if you were to really unpack the system of M-Pesa, maybe chances are there could be a lot of problems. But it is the delivery of the intent that people are interested in. If blockchain or whatever technology is explained to the people in a manner that they understand, that that vote that I've put in this box is going to ultimately count, is going to be secure, and it is going to count at the end, then the system will be okay. My fear is that most of these things are always complex proposals. You'll have a techie guy coming to try to explain to ordinary folks about what this process is going to be all about. I mean, you're already having this issue about the iris. The government just stopped. Was it the government or we already were cautioned about WorldCoin?
Yes.
A few months ago, a year ago, about the eyes and everything. Now we have another eye story. Are we explaining to the people these things so they understand what you mean when you say it's just one of the options of the biometrics that we are picking,
right,
that allows us to be able to validate whether this is the correct voter or not?
But could it be a solution?
Yeah, of course. Technology
actually no. The technology is not the solution. Technology is man-made, it is man-managed, and it can be man-manipulated. I go back to us and our fidelity to the law and the understanding that that pact must be honored. So long as we have entrenched the idea that so long as we are protecting what we think is our vote and our person, the wrong we do is right, then we've broken that pact. So our elections cannot be free and fair. It doesn't matter what we do, because it starts at the level of the parties where it is not free and fair. It is actually a dictatorship. No. It is it's not even benevolent. It is a dictatorship, because political parties can do exactly what they want. They may have a constitution, they have whatever documentation they have, but we know full well that the party leader tells people how to jump, where to jump, when to jump, etc., etc. It's not complicated. And the reason is because our political party leaders have the support of the majority of the people from their backyard, and then they pick other people along the way, so they have a large following of the people who cast votes. Now, our unwillingness to adhere to the simple norms of the law is a problem. Because we don't adhere to it when you have the selection or the appointment of people in certain offices. There's already a problem. You don't have we have a problem when it comes to just adhering to the simple norms that we had with regards to how the voter should be treated, and when it is the voter should actually have a chance to be prepared to cast his vote. So we need to understand that the electoral process doesn't have a problem. We are the ones who have a problem. Every day, every year, 5 years when I voted, it is the most pleasant of days. You are chit-chatting with people as you queue. You discuss the various parties you support. It is such a wonderful day. If the sun shines, it is a lovely day. Yeah? Then we start counting the votes. Then, this isn't a do or die situation. Not really. But the people whom we choose to elect as our leaders have made us believe it's a do or die. It isn't. To understand it isn't a do or die, look at how they oppose each other and then get together and agree and move along. It's
down the line.
Yeah, so where was the do or die to begin with? Where was it?
Yeah. I believe that perhaps a time is coming when, whether we like it or not, we will adopt technology.
No. The technology has to be adopted. Technology makes things a lot simpler and easier. I am simply saying technology can be fiddled with, because they're human beings. If you hear the backroom stories of how certain elections are managed, where you can have in an entire county, the entire structure of the electoral officials are removed because it is said there's a problem with this. New ones are brought in. And within a short time, the contacts of all those new ones are known. So that election is going to go in the direction of the people who are manipulating it. It doesn't matter. You can change it a third time. They'll do the same thing. All I'm saying is we have embraced a certain process in our electioneering that will always undermine everything we're talking about. And that is what we must get rid of.
Right. In Gambia, once they put the marbles, they start counting them.
So they'll count the marbles.
No, you confuse. Alafu marbles come in different colors.
It's very, of course, they come in different colors for different candidates. So,
so you can have yellow for someone, red for
Yeah, but you know, there was one of the observers who told me I had this very interesting story in one of the polling stations where the drum they all fell out. So you know, imagine. Looking for these marbles, you know, all of them can disappear. So, I mean, that's when they were trying to explain the inefficiencies of the system.
Yeah.
There are those things which can affect. But you see, what City is talking about is this other superstructure of how people think through the system themselves and how they interact with the system and how they adhere to a system. So that those other things are secondary. You are addressing some deficits, but you already are believers of your own system. You know, the late Dr. Apollo Njonjo, who was my boss I once joined the Social Democratic Party when I was a student, and he used to keep asking this very interesting question: what makes it that every Sunday people, even a poor person, goes inside a church and they're able to contribute, even if it's just 10 shillings or something? For me, a political party should be the same as a church or a religion but nobody is willing to give any single coin to a political party.
Yeah.
See, if you can answer this question, we will become the greatest party there is in the country. Of course, we never ever got an answer, and most of us even walked away from the political party because it is the problem that City is talking about. It is a pot of all evils in this country. People get into those positions because they are clamoring for their own personal pursuit. It's a personal pursuit vehicle. It's a special purposes vehicle to be elevated in society. It has nothing to do with dispensing leadership that transforms people. Just one more example. I was with a Nigerian lady in a hotel in Brussels some time ago. Then in the morning she comes and says, Mule, there's a problem. This hotel is a very bad hotel. Imagine there's no water in the room. So which water are we talking about? He said, there's no drinking water. You know, the bottle.
Yes.
So I said to her, who told you the water is dirty? I mean, why are you assuming? Are you assuming? Why are you making an assumption?
Was their water clean?
Yeah, you drink from the tap.
Okay.
You see, no, you look at the system and how the solutions to this system. You're being told the system has been made so expensive for you. You even have to buy water. Yet from a public position, the leadership can solve that problem. You can make your roads better. You can make your transport systems better through leadership. But everything has been you have to look for private solutions when you have leadership in the public spaces. And this is where the conversation needs to move to, so that people start understanding why we do this thing. It's not elections for the sake of elections. It's to transform our lives and make our lives much more efficient.
Thank you very much, Mule Musau. He's the National Coordinator Elections Observation Group. That is ELOG. We've come to the end of this conversation. We invite you back again. Come back. Let's talk about electoral systems and how we can make ours better.
Thank you very much.
Right now, though, here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Families of Kenyan activists abducted in Uganda have recorded statements with the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights as pressure mounts for their release a week after the disappearance of Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo in Kampala. Their whereabouts remain unknown despite growing concern from the government, relatives, and human rights organizations. On Tuesday, Oyo's family met KNCHR officials, urging the commission to investigate the incident. They say the ordeal has caused deep distress to their families.
My mom is not very young, 74 years. Obviously, age comes with a bit of diseases, and she's not been very well. I've also received reports about Bob's mom, who was in hospital before the incident. And because of the incident, I hear that she's gotten worse.
So that we can respect the rule of law, we would like for Nicholas and Bob, both of them, to come back, bring them back. And if there's anything that anyone has a complaint on, it's then in a lawful society, what we do, we take it to court.
KCB Group has intensified its sustainability drive, screening loans worth 578.3 billion Kenya shillings for environmental and social risk in 2024. The move highlights the lender's leadership in green financing. This brings the cumulative total assessed since 2020 to over 1 trillion Kenya shillings under the group's environmental and social due diligence process. Speaking during the launch of the KCB 2024 Sustainability Report on October 7, 2025, KCB Group CEO Paul Russo said the lender is determined to align business growth with environmental and social goals.
A strategy, no matter how well-intentioned, is only as good as its execution. The true measure of our commitment is found in our thematic focus areas, our drive for responsible lending, and I'm glad that came up in the Menti, climate finance, gender mainstreaming, supporting skills development, employee welfare, and targeted efforts to close the MSME and gender finance gap.
The Kenya Publishers Association has warned of a potential crisis in the education sector, citing government debt of 11.4 billion Kenya shillings that could halt the printing and distribution of senior school textbooks. The warning comes as the country readies to receive the first cohort of learners transitioning to senior school under the competency-based education system next year. KPA chairperson Kiari Kamau urged the government to expedite the release of funds to ensure grade 10 textbooks are produced and delivered in time.
Supply of books for grades 1 up to 8, 11.15 billion. Supply of books for grade 9, 234 million, giving us a total of 11.38 billion. This debt, which is quite huge by any standards, has created a ripple effect across the entire book value chain.
The Institution of Engineers of Kenya has expressed deep concern over rising cases of political meddling and an unfair treatment of engineers in senior positions. The body on Tuesday warned that unannounced removals, high-profile detention, and external interference are undermining the credibility of the engineering profession and weakening confidence in leadership roles. IEK pointed to the case of Samuel Oruna, the former CEO of the Central Rift Valley Water Agency, who was reportedly suspended and later compelled to resign even after being cleared by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Israelis held nationwide memorials to mark 2 years since October 7th Hamas-led attack that killed more than 1,200 people. This as negotiations in Egypt continue to seek an end to the war in Gaza. Talks in Sharm el-Sheikh enter the second day with disagreements over Israeli troop. Mediators are working to close gaps between the two sides amid ongoing bombings in Gaza. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. It is now 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. In studio, we do have Siti Muga, and we have our guest for this particular hour. The conversation is going to be around the state of politics. In whose hands are we safe? A question that was once asked by Kotu Chairman Atwoli, or is it Kotu Sekjen Atwoli? And today we are asking it in studio with our guest, that is Kaunda Frederick. He is the chairman, Revolutionary Youth Council, Safina Party. Mr. Chairman, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Yes.
Yes.
Revolutionary chairman.
Actually say it's deputy chairperson.
Oh, it's deputy.
Yes, yes.
All right. But nonetheless,
yeah,
revolutionary.
Yes.
It's quite a title.
Yeah, revolutionary basically from the incoming
yes,
ruling party.
Right.
That is led by our very own leader, the Right Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi.
Right.
Basically comes from a point of an economical liberation.
Yes.
Our country, Kenya, we were able to attain our political liberation through the Mau Mau struggle, but we were not able to actually attain our fully economical liberation.
Right.
So when we say revolutionary in Safina, we don't call it youth leadership. we say revolutionary, because you understand our country, actually the government is ruled by a company behind the scenes. So we are saying as Safina Party that we are going to remove that structure and put a competent structure in place. And that is revolution in a large scale.
When you say it's been run by a company behind the scenes,
yes,
are you saying this metaphorically or are you saying this like literally?
Let's go back to history. You know, most young people, even when Kasmuel could have been here, he will, you know, his interest is just recent politics. But let's know, who are we as Kenyans? So when you go back to history, you'll get to understand that Kenya was under the Royal East African Company, which it later became the Imperial British East African Company. So we were not under the British, but it was under that Imperial British East African Company. So when we fought for our independence, we were able to attain our political stability. But we didn't attain our economical stability. And that's why after our first president, Honorable Jomo Kenyatta, was elected, we were still under the structures of the Mzungu.
So we were still under the company.
We are still under the company.
All right.
But that's why that question will lead us to another segment of why do young people like Frederick enter into power and still wanaruka wananchi? Because there's another force behind it.
Yes. And that is what you are calling the company.
That's what we are calling the company. And that's why I'm bold enough to say, as much as my life is always trailed, we don't fear.
Let me ask you, how will Safina Party, under the leadership of Jimmy Wanjigi, dislodge us from this company?
Basically, if you just look at every presidential candidate or rather aspirant, the most guideline that I'll ask the youth or my fellow youth or even our parents, just get to understand them. What is their plan with our economy? How are they planning to stabilize our economy? And how did we reach where we are at the moment? Matters economy. Unajua siasa ni kuchongoa kutukana huyu, lakini the real stuff is how are you going to make the economy of Kenya to be like of Singapore? And Kenya has the capacity. So when I say about the right honorable incoming president of Kenya, Mr. Jimmy Wanjigi, is he has the plan of the country, and his plan is actually basically not paying the odious debt. Odious debt which will help us to have free healthcare, free education, reduction of VAT from the current percentage to 5%, and our economy will strive. So basically that's like
and it's a good plan on paper. It actually sounds absolutely awesome,
and that's a bold move. You know, you can't just say that in this country and you walk the way you're walking.
There is a time we actually had Willis Otieno, also of Safina Party.
Yes.
We had Professor Herman Manyora in studio, and that conversation came up. And Professor Herman actually Professor Herman brought up something that I honestly hadn't considered and thought about, because I never thought it was an issue. And he said that the way our country is currently set up, you know, our parliament, our judiciary, and then you know, our police system and everything that, you know, constitutes, you know, basically making sure that systems work. He said that system alone won't let us not pay those odious debts that we're talking about. You know, because he said the moment you default on that particular debt, whether you believe it's odious or not, there's someone out there, even your own constitution will not allow you to not pay that debt. So how then is Safina Party going to bypass that? I don't know whether I'll call it bypass or overcome that, because that would mean they might need to break the law for them to actually not be able to.
Actually, no.
They're not breaking any.
That actually is the point.
You
see, you first of all have to, this is now a matter of the law. You need to take this matter to an international court. For them to accept that what you're calling an odious debt actually is an odious debt. Now, when it is found, it's like you going to court and you being found guilty of what you're accused of. It is the courts that determine whether that thing is something that you are legally obliged to pay, or it's odious. It's not you who decides. You have an issue, you have your evidence, you take it to the courts, and then the court pronounces itself on the matter. Yes.
Yes.
There are those who say it's a very arduous task. Yes, it is. But please remember that what we have as a guiding principle is simply our laws. What our laws state very simply as to what it is we borrow for, and when we've borrowed, what we use it for. So if we borrow money from external sources or even internal sources, and we do not use it for development, or you cannot determine specifically where that money was put into development, then you have a case that you can actually present before the courts, because it's our law and it is clear. It's not difficult to understand.
Right.
Yes.
We shall be hosting Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi, and perhaps he will explain that further and deeply. But also we do have our second guest in studio, Kasmuel Makore. How are you doing, sir?
I'm alright, Mungala. How are you?
Uko salama sana?
Kabisa.
Naona bado ile shine body deisha. Regardless of the stresses of this world.
Man.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's no choice.
Karibu sana.
Good to be here.
We were just having a conversation here with our brother, and we're just talking about, in whose hands are we safe? A lot of questions, obviously, around the odious debts and other issues that are plaguing the country. I don't know, what do you think about these odious debts?
I mean, the name itself gives you all there is to think about. And I think there are certain issues where there is unanimity because they're not up for debate. If the country borrows, there's a very specific methodology to which finances should be used if they are borrowed in the name of the country.
Right.
So, like, for example, if we borrow from the international markets, the money has to be tied to a particular development project. And this makes it rather easy. So what we'll say is 3 billion was borrowed for XYZ. Was XYZ done? If it was done, then we justify the books. If it was not done, then there's no case to be made there.
Where did the money go?
Yeah, because if the money is not there, then you see, you cannot now force people to pay. I think that one is straightforward. I agree with the sentiments of Safina. I think it's one of those things which make me really question the politics of our country, because we're still at very rudimentary levels that all people are thinking about is tribalism, such that when somebody says that they want to audit odious debt, they seem like they are speaking out outrageous things. But that this debt thing, even the current government, part of the things they pride themselves in doing is, like, for example, the Eurobond that was due in 2028. Part of the things that this government currently boasts of is that it has been able to it surpassed its performance in terms of projection. But when someone says that we can actually sort out this debt crisis, we make them look like they're a mad person. To be honest, that one, even if we want to play politics, we have to agree that there's good debt. There's nothing wrong with debt. But then if it is borrowed in the name of the sovereignty of the people, it has to be tied to those particular development projects. And for far too long, the culture has always been that the executive will proceed in impunity. And because it knows that as long as we can divide you along tribal lines, we will win, a lot of things go under the table. Because why is it that when someone says that we want to default on the payments of a debt that was borrowed in our names but did not work for us, that one seems to be very much more of a touchy issue than something like Hustler Fund.
Right.
Both things broke the constitution, but this Hustler Fund was more welcome than someone who's saying that they will recover everything. But it just shows the Kenyan spirit that as long as tunakula, as long as they gonna access, yes, because how would you convince the common mwananchi that the Hustler Fund thing was bad? But where they have no money, it's the one place where they can go, and here I can borrow this and throw away that SIM card.
Yeah. I mean, for Kenyans, the money is the murima. Usiguze murima.
Yes.
Yeah. Now the question today is, in whose hands are we safe? And for a very long time, especially since last year, after the youth uprising, it seemed like we are safe in the hands of the youth. And Frederick, this is a question I'll start. I'll ask you, and then of course go to Kasmuel.
Okay.
Are we still safe in the hands of the young people? Because I am beginning, and I am part of that particular. I consider myself young. Yeah, I'm part of that group, but I feel like we might not necessarily hold that same opinion as far as today is concerned. Are we still safe in the hands of the young people?
From my take, the young people are actually the generation of tomorrow. Actually, basically the people that are going to protect the interest of the country.
The generation of today. Forget the tomorrow thing.
Okay, they're the generation of today. Okay,
Yes.
so yes, we are safe in the hands of the youth. That is very, very important, and that's why I can say there are few elements in the youth that are making it to look like you're not safe in the hands of the youth.
Such as,
I can say, for an example, if you are able to take out the government in the 2024 Mandamano, and we put Kasmuel as our leader.
Yeah.
Now, we couldn't be safe at that time because at the end of the day, he got sold out. Unaona?
Wait. You know you're going to have to explain what you mean.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go on. And then
So-
you'll explain to us this sold out that you're speaking.
So basically,
and also Kasmuel is here to explain
Yeah, of
whether
course.
indeed he was sold out.
The person who makes a statement
Yes,
and makes the declaration.
the burden of
has to tell
proof
us what
lies
he
with
means.
Okay.
the one who alleges.
yeah, so
Carry on.
basically,
Carry on, yeah.
the whole process of fighting for our economical freedom, which was against the finance bill at that time, we had one agenda, and the agenda was clear at that time.
Right.
But now, you know, my brother Kasmuel, when he joined the government, basically, you know, that government had no interest with us, and that is what the Gen Zs were against at that time.
Frederick.
Yes.
Okay, now let's start with the explanations.
Okay.
Let's start with the betrayal first.
Yes.
What is it that constituted a betrayal with regards to Kasmuel's move, as you say?
Basically, joining the government.
He didn't join the government.
He joined ODM, whereby ODM merged with the government. Actually, it handshaked with the government.
So that's a betrayal.
That is the betrayal the youth are saying. That's the reality.
Are you saying that the youth that you are part of don't allow members of their brigade to have independent thought processes where they can decide where it is they want to apply their politics?
No, we are not saying our youth can't be able to have such kind of thought. But now it has to align.
I think what Kaunda is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong,
Yes.
is that Kasmuel or any other young person is allowed to join any other party other than UDA or ODM. I think that's because had he joined UDA, he would be still in trouble.
Because what are we talking about? How did we find ourselves here? In whose leadership did we find ourselves here?
Okay.
It was the leadership of the current president, William Samoei Ruto.
Right.
So if I, Frederick Kaunda, join William Ruto's camp, that is betrayal to the people.
It's how he defines it.
Yeah.
But I have difficulties seeing it as a betrayal. If we are basing this discussion on the fundamentals of the Bill of Rights that our Constitution gives us,
yes,
how can it possibly constitute a betrayal? Because if it's a betrayal, then why don't we go down memory lane and look at the number of parties that these individuals are now in power throughout the entire political landscape? How many parties they've moved to from one time or the other? Was it considered a betrayal? Look, the moment you have a multi-party system, expect people to move. It's not complicated. Expect people to register new parties. Expect people to move from the parties that they were in. It is what we do in this country. I am of the view that it cannot possibly represent a betrayal, because if you say it is, then I would argue that the movement that you say you represent is no different from the leadership that you're opposing. Because among the claims that I have heard said among the group that you represent, who refer to themselves as youth, is that this fellow is a dictator. You are now espousing the values of dictatorship, because you're more or less confining people to what they can do when they're youths and what they cannot do. It may not seem like it, but that's what you are doing.
That is basically not what I'm doing. You know, I want to be clear. The Gen Zs were fighting against the finance bill. Okay?
True.
So basically, who's the oppressor in that case? Who's the oppressor?
So I want it to be
who's the oppressor? Yeah.
I want it to be your words, not mine.
Yes.
Who is the oppressor in that case?
In that case, who's the oppressor was the sitting government.
Okay.
And what do you mean by sitting government?
Sitting government is actually led by President William Ruto.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
That was the oppressor the Gen Zs were fighting against.
Yes.
So when Party B joins with the oppressor,
Still,
that is them now joining the oppressive side.
Yes.
Okay. Caswell,
I feel like it's flimsy.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a flimsy. I've actually normally I would heckle people who make that claim, but I wanted to hear what Fred had to say. But I think Fred, I think your argument is flimsy, and I'll put it this way. First of all, I'll start from like really rudimentary sides. I'm an actual Gen Z.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you are.
I am.
Which year were you? Okay, fine. We won't get into it. But whatever it is.
You look that old.
No, you're good. We're wearing suits, so we look like old people. Also, maybe I'm jealous you have a beard. But okay, no worries. But so if we're going into the specifics.
Yeah.
What we went to the streets for was a finance bill.
Yes.
Did it fall or did it not fall? When we went to the streets, we ensured that finance bill fell. Then there was this public euphoria where people just get onto whatever bandwagon they want to get onto, and then there's everything that goes on. But then I don't want to get into the nitty-gritties, because I know if I were to quantify the gains that we had from our movement, we went out, and these are using his words, we went out against the finance bill. That finance bill was dropped. That was one. But two, Fred makes this flimsy claim that I joined the government. But that's why I was asking him to define government, because government is it's a specific thing. It's not this amorphous thing that you think you can do because of a handshake. I mean, the Orange Democratic Movement, currently the arrangement that is had is in the broad-based government, and right now is when people are even beginning to understand what it is. But the reason why I want to say that Fred is being dishonest is he's in Safina Party. Safina Party speaks very gloriously about debt, but Safina Party is part of the rot we're looking at in this country, because your party leader, Jimmy Wanjigi, has been linked to Anglo leasing. Just up until 2023, he was caught up in about 1 billion shillings of scandals. There was a case for Kitengela versus Traders, which was about land worth about 400 million, and the case that the DPP, the prosecutor, dropped in 2023 involved him in another land scandal of 500 million. Then there was the case of firearms, but the man that is Jimmy Wanjigi, I can only excuse him because he speaks eloquently on debt, and he knows nothing else. If you try to speak to Jimmy Wanjigi about any other political issue, any other ideology, he doesn't have a plan for the youth. Remember, it's the same Jimmy Wanjigi who in 2022 was not paying artists when Akina Mr. Seed came to the public. This is a man who does not care about the youth, if we were to think about it that way. And I can allow you. I'm not calling you a traitor for joining a man like that, who we know his wealth we cannot trace beyond Anglo leasing. And remember, he only started this whistleblowing business after the SGR deal fell through. But I don't think we're here to discuss personalities. And I'm just showing you a picture that I would also want you, if you can level any accusations against, for example, the party I decided to join, because there are things we can say about the party leader of UDA. There are things I have said about the party leader of UDA. Are there corruption cases you can say about the party leader that I have, that are in court? The man has not been litigated for corruption, and you cannot say that he's larger than a system, because if a president's scandals can be found, we can say this is where Uhuru's government went wrong, these are the things I have against Jimmy Wanjigi, these are the things I have, and we can prove them and show this is where it is being litigated in court. The party I joined, if we're just talking party leader, that is not there. But then the other thing which we're saying about the question at hand, that are we safe in the hands of the youth? I don't think youth is a qualification for leadership, and I've said this time without number that there ought to be more than just being a young person, because there is an older person who's more experienced than me in organization. We focus so much on mobilization and forget the critical part of changing a country lies in organization. Mobilization is you saying, let us go and do a protest for a day. But what is the cost? What are we asking people to lose? Because you'll realize your economic status has not changed. If you're going to be honest, you are doing even better than you were last year. And I can say this because you're part of the few. You and I are the same human being, because the moment you've risen in that Safina party, and remember, I am saying this because I wanted to join Safina in 2023 when I was at Engage, where I met Wakili Willis, and even Jimmy was there when he was giving his Engage talk, and they gave me a hard time. So when I say this, it's a matter of us asking ourselves, what do we actually want for the country? Because the youth are going to say, down with Ruto, but we don't have that framework of dealing with the debt, of dealing with unemployment and those kinds of things. And I look at it and I ask myself, where do we have the most ideologically sane position? The reason why, for example, I would look at Safina and not join it is because their biggest issue is odious debt. Odious debt is like point number 6 in what our ideology is in the Orange Democratic Movement.
Why is it number 6 and not number 5 or number 7?
That's what I'm saying, because we have about 10. If you look at Safina, they have 1. I've not had Safina speak about social justice. You guys don't speak about social justice. I can promise you, if we go onto the internet and look Safina, the only thing Safina talks about is odious debt.
It doesn't talk about odious debt alone. It talks about free healthcare, reduction of VAT,
and they hope
free education.
They intend to achieve that.
And
how?
Kasmel, don't forget that the education we Gen Zs we are using was from Kibaki's era, which was also
free education.
Yeah, the free education, which was also pushed by the father of Jim Wanjigi. Let us not forget about it.
But if we're going to like play those cards, I would say
let's
that
go easy on these personalities.
yes, because I also there.
Because now, if we go along that path,
yes,
then we're going to be profiling individuals.
Yes.
The fact that somebody is accused in this country doesn't mean you're guilty.
Yes.
It means you are accused.
You are accused.
Our laws are very clear.
Yes.
Okay? And there is no politician, living or dead, whom you cannot find a finger to point. You can say you will, if you want to point fingers,
yes,
you will find reason.
Yes.
Okay? So if you wish to go that route, it is fine. But it will detract us from what it is that we actually want to talk about, which is looking at what is represented by these leaders,
yes,
and how it is that some of these things can actually help change this country,
yes,
and make it better, and how the bulk of our population, who are around 70%, can actually get their fair share of what this country has to offer. Yes, is it possible for us to head in that direction?
No, I think so. Most of the times that these conversations get derailed is when we start the and especially as young people, it's easy to bring talking points when we are attacking each other, and because I do not have enough substance on you, and you don't have enough substance on me. So what this will end up doing is, the moment I make my opening statements against you, the next place you are going to go is say, oh, but you are in this party and this is what this party is doing.
Yes.
Well, I know you are not old enough to have looted anything in this country. You're not old enough to have been part of the system.
And the most important thing is actually the claims that he made from our party leader, as he said, yeah.
But before we move away from the personalities, if today, God forbid, your party leader is convicted of some crime, are you going to leave Safina party and probably join Wiper or God knows which other party?
No, I can't leave Safina party.
Yeah,
because we are looking at the direction Safina is taking the country.
Yeah.
So basically, that's the direction we as the young people we are advocating for. If we compare Safina with ODM, for an example, Kasmuel, from the last time we checked, their youth leader,
right?
How old is he?
He's in his 40s.
Youth leader.
Yeah.
I'm actually 24 years of age.
Okay.
And I'm serving as the deputy chairperson of the Revolutionary Youth Council in Safina. So if you compare even how ODM is issuing
pause.
Do
you know how ODM determined that this 40-year-old should be the leader of the youth brigade? Do you know?
Would you know how he came into
Yes.
power?
And why? You think, you see, you're assuming that ODM doesn't have people who are 24 years old.
Yeah.
They do.
I'm not even 40, and I know this claim, and I'm part of the people who say that this is a problem. But that I can answer directly right now. The party is in an electoral process. We have done elections, and consistently elections have been done, and this is the second time where we've got a disbursement from the registrar of political parties. Remember, ODM has been funded by the citizens, so they were the most vibrant youth. They're the people who've helped us in all
Why
these
don't
things.
you add that ODM by the same registrar of political parties and that office?
Yes.
ODM is the one party that has consistently met all the
requirements.
that political
Yes,
parties are supposed
if you're
to.
thinking about it.
Look, folks, the reason why you see me circling back to this, the two of you represent the so-called future of our politics. You cannot practice the politics that my generation practiced. We're not moving forward. We're marking time. Okay? You need to be thought leaders. Now, this is me lecturing you, and I mean what I'm actually lecturing you. You need to be thought leaders when it comes to discussing these matters of our political future. you need to be cognizant and you need to be knowledgeable about the things that we need to do. You need to correct us. If my generation did things wrong, you need to point to what we did wrong, because that deed was part of the thought process that we had. If we've accommodated wrongdoing, which we have, you point that out and you say, guys, you got this one really, really, really wrong. If we have been influenced by the tribes we belong to, these are the issues that bedevil our politics and put us in the position where we find ourselves in. It is not who your party leader is. It is not.
But City, I think the other reason why this becomes a bit hard is we're in the nexus of the old and the new, but the new is not coming in fast enough, because this is not this kind of politics does not sell. And a politician's main business is to sell. Is because and I would say, for example, when I come to an interview, we do not typically, what has been the norm is ideology does not sell. The part that
who says that?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Who says
it's a perception? It's a perception, and of course, even these insults are part of an ideology. It could be part of an ism. It could be tribalism.
It's part of our politics.
Yes,
and it is part of what guarantees we don't move forward, because the real conversation is lost in all this. You see, when people say this odious debt is not a serious conversation, I really wonder what they mean.
Right.
You know why? What is throttling us is the heavy debt burden.
Yes.
Yesterday we were talking, is it 1.7 trillion? If our revenue is projected to be something like let's make it 2.7
yeah,
trillion.
yeah.
1.7 trillion is already going to debt.
Yeah.
That is like 70%.
So what exactly do you have remaining to do any business?
You know.
And if indeed some of that money cannot actually be traced to what was supposed to do, so the question is a valid one. Why are we paying for this money?
Right. Now that's the question.
Yeah.
Yes, why are we paying for this money?
And remember, it was pushed 2014 by the current CS for Health, Aden Duale, who was serving as the majority, and it was seconded by the current CS of Finance, John Mbadi, in Parliament, when they pushed that act whereby you can unaweza chukua loan now you don't pull it to the country.
You know, folks, the thing about this discussion that we have,
yes,
it's unfortunate, but people actually listen to what we say.
Yes.
And even right now, many people are listening.
Yes.
And if you are seeking a political future, then you can't be singing the chorus that everybody sings. You have to sing a completely different song.
Yeah.
And you have to explain why you're singing that song. Because we do need a shift in our politics.
But I would have in terms of approach, when we speak about things like debt, we still even in the for example in the odious debt conversation, which I have to give props to Safina, they've led that conversation. I think they've pushed it more than any other political party I have seen, and this is because I would say that political parties are complicated.
Right.
When you have members in parliament, there are several priorities. Like when I see right now, Raila Odinga's main agenda is the issue of devolution. I think for me, I consider him the father of devolution, and pushing that, especially in the legislative house, which I think is a problem. You know, my generation looks at this and thinks that when you get a good president, you have fixed the country. The August House, that bicameral house, is one of our is our greatest undoing. And I'm not hearing people say what they want to do about the parliament, because parliament is the one that actually passes these laws. And when you see the parliamentarians, for example, come to endear themselves to us, they tell us that we passed that law for the president. And as you can see, why I'm saying this odious debt conversation is very important. Right now, when you buy tokens for 1,000 bob, 352 shillings go to charges. They're called other charges. Yes. But I want to sit here and tell you, you know, your party leader did this, my party leader did this. But there's something which, and to be honest, I listen to Jimmy Wanjigi and his team because I know he has also invested in top brains to decode that debt issue. And he has brought it so articulately to the public. But because now we are polarized and what we are supposed to do is come and argue on air, I will not admit to that. But if, for example, he becomes president in this coming election and he still has this parliament, is he going to change anything? It becomes really hard because parliament is the one that holds. If you still have the same executive, first of all, what they will do is they will ensure that he is a lame duck president. That's why we have to bring this whole thing, because for the common Mwananchi, you know, us, we might be privileged to come and talk about it here on air, but it doesn't change the fact that we still are suffering. If someone says that this is how we're supposed to take care of our debt, and there's a reason why I'm very keen on even this devolution issue. If you think about it, we've gone to the point where the executive is more prominent in constituencies than the devolved government is. We've gone back to the Moi days where Moi used to go for a rally, and then if he has a problem with the MP, he listens directly to the people and says, huyu kazi yake tu ni kuongea kizungu mingi huko bunge, hakuna kitu anafanya, nimesikia, nitafanya. This thing which we're seeing, and I know I'm critiquing the broad-based government, but I know the ODM position is not in favor of these empowerment things. It's just that also politicians are politicians, and they have to maintain their good graces. And I have the luxury to say this because I am not one yet, at least not yet. Where the executive is overriding the functions of the devolved unit, it will mean that anyone who is at loggerheads with the current executive is going to get into a lot of trouble. That's why I'm saying, instead of us pulling each other down and me talking down and saying, oh, all you talk about is odious debt, if you run away with the issue of odious debt and I shikilia devolution on this side, regardless of what happens, if we go and present those cases to the people, that is the only way we defeat bad governance. But if we're going to spend the first half of me saying, first of all, you see you, then the second of all, you see me. Yeah, you see, by the time we're getting to the people, all they're gonna remember is this one insulted the other one better. But remember, for posterity, it will not be, I said you have a big head or you look old or whatever. It will be what was our ideological position. Because currently, what is the Kenyan ideology? We struggle with it, but even as a young person, I'm going to tell you, we really, really struggle to adjust in the current political formations, but we have to do it because it is the current basis of organization.
I want to talk about the larger population of young folk. You're lucky you're in a party and you know you sit with your fellow politicians and you talk about issues, and so do you. But the person on the ground, and it's a question I was actually talking about with someone yesterday, and I asked, does the common young person, can they articulate issues the way we are articulating them here in studio? For instance, they know for a fact that they have problems, and they know for a fact one term, you know, because they're chanting it. But can they actually articulate and point out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 issues counter?
Like the common youth
in
the society.
Yeah, if I speak to some random youth in Kitui, another one in Kisii, another one in Machakos, another one in Tao, can they actually articulate these issues?
Yeah, they can articulate, and that's why that is bringing the special part about the Gen Zs, because they are well informed. You know, you can't compare the current generation and the previous generations, because actually technology is into place. There are a lot of research materials concerning now people can understand the finance bill. You know, ungeuliza mtu finance bill 2010, they weren't able to understand it the way the current generation
didn't even know it existed.
Now, you
just used to hold goods. Kwanza budget used to be read, I remember. Then shopkeepers would close. Budget is somewhere so that they make a profit when the prices go up.
So now you see, that is now the current generation. They are they're actually very well much informed. So to answer to that, yes, the youth of today, they are very, very much well informed.
I think so. I would like to align myself to
what are they well informed about exactly?
So now you know you've thrown a span in the works,
yes,
because
the
question
I'm asking, I mean
so then I would say this.
What are they well
the question was
if it's
can
on
they
governance,
articulate the issues, especially
I
governance?
Think, yes, that's why I'm saying like that's a bit of a wench, because then that forces for a deeper answer, because yours I felt like it would be easy to answer in the sense that I don't need to say it in flowery English, but the key pillars of what the common Mwananchi knows is, I am young and I do not have a job. I am. When my big brother was in campus, they used to pay 30,000 a year. Currently, I have to pay more. So they know there's a problem in education, and they're like, this healthcare thing, I don't see how life. Just feel like I can't afford healthcare. I think you don't need to be articulate. You don't need to say it in flowery English. The only thing we're saying is we've stretched it out over a period of an hour on air, but basically we're not saying anything different, because the current person would say, hey, but kitambo ilikuwa hivi, and then now you hit them with inflation so that I can be able to confuse them. But deep down they know that we do not want a culture of political violence. We do not want, we reject this whole idea of tribalism. And as much as we reject the idea of tribalism.
We'll get back to that.
Yeah, we will. But I have a bit of pushback to that, because this whole tribal organization and mobilization has been the backbone of our current organization. But you're seeing, even with politicians who seem to want to align themselves to the youth, they've not quite gotten the attention of the youth. I mean, you can get them through political mobilization, but the youth have not dissuaded and said, this is the person. But if you look up at the current temper of the people, they gravitate towards niche, interesting characters. So on healthcare, on education, cost of living, and unemployment, these are pillars which anyone should be able, even if you think about from Chairman Mao to to even to Singapore, we just sit and we say, oh, we don't want capitalism, we want this kind of isms. What they're saying, really, if you think about it, we do not want a society where it's very few people who are rich. We want some sort of safety, of social safety net in terms of social welfare. I need to know that at least I can afford healthcare. I want to know that I at least can go to school and get a decent sort of living. While they might not say that I am particularly a communist, I'm particularly a socialist or a democratic socialist, as I would say, that's basically what it is. They're articulating these points, and at some point when you go to, for example, if you go to a group of people who've not attained as much education, we must accept that as articulate, because what we do, us who boast that we have attained higher education, all we can do is just polish those thoughts. But at the very basic level, what we want to do is capture government and ensure there's no odious debt. Capture government, yes.
Every political party in this country claims that they want to improve the lives of the common citizen.
Yes.
All right. So essentially, they all claim that they want to have some policy, some structure on which they base their thought processes and their beliefs so that they can actually uplift. So if I were to ask the two of you, since you belong to different political parties, what economic frameworks do your parties embrace to bring about these changes that they say they believe in and they want to effect?
You want to go for it?
Yeah. So matters economical frameworks, yeah. So when Safina talks about not paying the odious debt, for us we're saying the 2 trillion that is allocated in matters paying the debt for our country, we are not going to be paying. So for an example, if we do the math about healthcare system, we need like around 190 billion to fund free healthcare for a whole year. If you now go and we say we want to now do free education from primary level, secondary level, and a little bit of the university, it will cost us at around, even when we estimate it, also be coming at around 190 billion. So basically, what you're trying to say is for us to have free healthcare, free education, that is roughly 400 billion. That is not even close to 1 trillion. And now Kenyans are not forced to be overtaxed in things like SHA that is not working. Actually, SHA works when you are actually trying to pay. But from the news and everything, you are seeing how much the citizens of the countries are complaining concerning SHA. You are seeing actually the death rate that are currently happening in the country concerning that sector. You are seeing how much pain the parents are having matters education. Kitambo sisi masomo ilikuwa rahisi. We used to worry about how are you going to get pencils, how are you going to get small money for examination papers. At our days it was called JESMA. You know, those were our worry at that time. You wake your parent up, you tell them like, hey dad, you know, I need give me 50 shillings. I have a JESMA today. And it was a package of English. But now education is expensive. Imagine a common manyanchi is working for a 30,000 salary.
Right.
For a kindergarten school, if you have an infant, or let's say you have a small child, at least 18,000 or even 15,000 for a good school. So kwa hiyo 30,000 toa 18,000, umebaki na ngapi? 12.
Actually, no. Tax it first and then
you have to tax it. Kwanza you are being very fair.
Now that I was heading there, so that you understand the level we are at a country. So when you see news and bloggers saying that we are at a position where our economy is okay, I try to understand which economy is okay. We are taxed 70.
So what exactly is the question I asked?
So your question is,
yes,
what
is your economic framework as a party?
The direction that I'm landing is, so when we say we are not paying this debt, now we have structures that are going to be set to protect the citizens, to ensure like VAT, we are paying 400 billion. So for the citizens, they'll have to pay like 100 billion. That will be like 5%.
Right.
And that means we are on business. Imagine VAT at 5%.
You know, you are giving us details of what you think the party will sell as its doable givens for the Kenyan population. Okay, we've heard your political party. What economic framework do they have to bring about these changes that?
First of all, CT, I think that is the first time I've had such a question in a media house. This is the first time someone is actually asking, what do you truly stand for? And that's why I was saying we're at a point where we do not have so many solid ideologies. So, for example, the moment I say I'm from ODM, you assume you know everything that is. We are a social democracy. Ideologically, the Orange Democratic Movement is a social democracy, and therefore we believe that markets, and again I'll preface it with the fact that a lot of these ideologies, for them to work, there has to be a general consensus and a long period of testing for it to work. The only president who's had such a luxury was President Moi. If he had any proper ideology, we would have seen that Singaporean dream that people usually talk about. But us as a central democracy, as a center-left party, which is a social democracy, basically believe that markets create wealth and governments regulate that. But we're also not like, we're not on the right. So what we say is we want a mixed economy where there's privatization, there's certain things which can be privatized, but the government regulates certain things. We are looking at welfare of the society where, and again, this was even told in our previous Azimio manifesto, where we wanted universal healthcare for people, the Baba care, if you remember, such kinds of things where there is welfare. But our main aim is to prevent, because we are people in the neoliberal world, we say that we are in the late capitalism is in its late stage. We are not. We dream of a society that capitalism does not exist, where wealth is not concentrated for a few, where there's welfare rights for the workers. But knowing that now we are in a capitalistic state, we are hoping that we tame it as we see and as we monitor where it goes. So we are thinking progressive taxation, where if someone earns 30,000, they cannot be taxed at the same rate as a person who's earning, who's making millions in terms of profit. And that can be, the percentages can vary, but we are just hoping that, if you're huko chini, you pay a little less, and if you're huko juu, you pay a little more. But the reason I've seen, Kenyans don't actually mind paying taxes, and even the countries, because you see, when they were saying, when we were back on the streets, we used to say, when they want to tax us, they compare us to Akina Singapore. But then when we want to exercise Article 37 and protest, they compare us to Akina Somalia or Egypt or those kinds of things. So we're thinking that eventually that there should be no wealth concentration. Not that wealth is bad, but it should not be concentrated unfairly. There should at least be basics like healthcare. There should be basics like education. And this comes from progressive taxation. It comes from investing in privatization, because governments rarely create jobs. And I say this and people fight me a bit, kabisa, but jobs in government, the vacancies only arise upon death. There's very few vacancies, but we can enable private sector to create those jobs, because private sector, they invest robustly and they can do that. But we ensure that, yes, these PPPs that people usually talk about, there are certain key areas that the government will not let go of. We will not let go of healthcare, we will not let go of education, we will not let go of things like energy and transport and security. But as much as we can, let some of these things be privatized, because why is Sakaja, for example, struggling with garbage here in Nairobi? He's saying that when he gets some resources, he's wondering, should he put them in the drainage, or should he put them in school feeding, or should he do these things? But there are several companies run by young people like me and Kaunda who can sort out this garbage thing. Your party leader knows so much about garbage collection, true or false, but because he's not in good books with the broad-based government, he will not be given this thing for collection. There are very many key players who can sort out this garbage issue, but we believe that I have to be a governor, so I will not look for the best minds here because they're not in agreement with they did not vote for me. So that's what we're looking at. Privatize, enable private sector to create these things and hold them accountable. That's what I think it is in a nutshell.
An inclusive economy.
Yeah, it's a mixed economy.
Yes, because you see, when I asked that question, the truth is you can't anchor it on one thought process, because in modern times they are leading thinkers as to how one needs to manage economies and what it is that one needs to do.
Yes.
So you have to look at what fits you best. And see, if you look at China, it is led by the Chinese Communist Party, but they have a capitalistic system.
Absolutely.
And they're using that capitalistic system to ensure that the vast majority, if not everybody, benefits from that system.
Definitely.
Okay? Now, it's a new thinking.
Yeah.
There was a time in the UK we had what you call New Labour. Labour stood for a socialistic way of doing things.
Yes.
Now, remember, true socialists actually believe that capitalism is not good for the worker and should be done away with.
Yes.
But the reality of the lives we live have indicated very clearly that you need an amalgam of all these things to find out what actually works for you. And that brings us to the other question, and this will probably carry on to the next hour. What sort of leadership do you think would bring about these changes that we require?
Kaunda. Tuanze na wewe.
A home of hard truths and bold insights.
Would you like City to repeat the question?
I can repeat it.
Yeah, please do.
All right. Mr. Kaunda.
Yes.
How are you today?
I'm very well much.
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
What I'm asking is this.
Yeah.
We all have these economic dreams that parties believe they must envision for the country, and that is what they're trying to sell, so that they can actually, one, be taking notice of and hopefully voted into positions of authority and power. Or if not, strong enough so that they can bargain with other parties to actually work alongside them. What sort of leader do you think would you need to have to make this realization true, so that whatever it is that we talk about as our wealth, that the simplest of the citizens and the one who's most disadvantaged also begins to enjoy some of this benefit? What sort of leader do you think we need to have?
So basically, from the word leader, not politician, that basically moves us forward. We need a leader to be able now to move us in that direction, or rather the quest that we need as a country. So basically, I'll still say my party leader, the Right Honorable Jim Wanjigi, having that, as much as there are a lot of rumors here and there, you'll only be proven guilty for all the things that have been said on air today. So why am I saying Jimmy Wanjigi? Because at the end of the day, he has been truthful.
Not who. What sort of leaders? I'm discussing qualities.
Leadership qualities.
Qualities, not the individuals. Qualities. What sort of quality must such a leader have? That's what I'm asking.
Basically, the most important quality is the bravery part of it. Someone who can't be waved or easy songa kando. Someone who's truthful to his word. And basically, when I say truthful,
so we're talking about someone with integrity.
Someone with integrity, honesty. And now when you talk about integrity in Kenyan politics, I can't be here talking about my party leader, and the next morning you are seeing him with other opposition that they have their history while they were in power. They did this and this in the government. So basically, I'm talking about bravery, integrity, honesty, accountability, and
basically chapter 6
of our constitution. Yes.
I think I would also beyond that, beyond the personal, beyond the valuable personal qualities, for the nation, we would need a leader who's, one, a consensus builder. And that's why we have to be wary of anyone who can build consensus. Because you would get the best president. But if they cannot build a consensus with the existing parliament, because let us say, what if the energy we have only affords us a good president in 2027, and then we have a bad parliament? That president will be one of the most frustrated presidents ever. Does that make sense? So we will need a leader who can, one, be brave enough, and I agree that we will need a leader who's brave enough to look into past issues, and not sort them out from a point of pain, but just from a point of pragmatism, and say that this one we can sort out. Because you'll realize that a lot of people want things like redistribution of land, and I have long maintained that at this particular point, even if you have vast amounts of land, peasant farming cannot take us out of poverty as a country. So yes, there are people who want to do redistribution, while on this other side, industrialization could be a bit more profitable. So I look at it and I say that we will need a leader who will make decisions that are that bold. Build consensus, be bold enough to look into historical injustices that can be settled. A person who will act as a unifier. For far too long, the presidency is supposed to be a unifying symbol. It's part of the symbols of unity in the country, but it has been very polarizing because we have hinged our politics for far too long on tribal lines. After you've built consensus, after you've had the bravery to look at historical injustices and building this unity, find a firm ideology. 5 years is a very short time for you to do all these things. But the first 3, if you are smart enough, can be achieved in 2.
All right. Kasumwe.
Yes.
Shikilia tu hapo. Want to do a little bit of news. When we return, watafutia maji kwanza.
Yes.
Tukunywe.
Yes.
Then when we return, we embark on this economic journey.
Yeah.
And your point here, brave. I feel like brave leaders in Africa do not live very long.
And they're branded differently. You have to understand that.
All right. So we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Radio generation, the sound is fine pumping. Turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya is still far from being fully prepared for the 2027 general elections, according to Mule Musau, National Coordinator of the Elections Observation Group. Speaking during an interview with Radio Generation, Musau said while preparations are underway, the country has significant gaps that need urgent attention. He stressed that with less than 2 years to the polls, many critical tasks, including finalizing electoral boundaries, remain incomplete.
Well, if I want a very quick answer is we are not, because we're in the process. Elections are about just under 2 years away. There are quite a number of things that we need to have done by now. One being boundaries is a critical issue. We should have had a commission in office a long time ago where we could have done quite a number of things. Some of the things they are doing right now have been overtaken by events. But granted, that's how things are at the moment. So I think it's a question of how well we can be able to prepare ourselves using that limited time that we have. But we are not ready. I mean, if they were to be called tomorrow, there'll be quite a number of things which will not be in place. So we have to, I think, use the time that is remaining very wisely as we prepare the country.
The government has raised concern over the rising number of Kenyans traveling overseas on tourist visas in search of employment, warning that the practice exposes them to exploitation, financial losses and frustration. Labour Principal Secretary Shadrack Mwadime urged those seeking opportunities abroad to follow formal recruitment procedures to secure safe and legitimate work. Speaking at Nova Scotia Community College in Canada during a visit aimed at exploring structured labour agreements, Mwadime stressed that a tourist visa is not a pathway to employment. The Okoa Uchumi Initiative reports says that 7 out of every 10 shillings earned by the government is used to repay public debt. In its latest report, the coalition of rights groups warned that the economy is in dire state and urges the government to disclose the details of all loans, including amounts and creditors. It also calls for a ban on supplementary budgets and the abolition of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund.
We are at a situation where domestic debt has overtaken external debt, and it is growing faster. The main problem we have with that is the fact that for external debt, it is possible for you to pin where the external debt went, the one that is legal. But for domestic debt, unfortunately, they are unemployed, and the unemployment levels among this group of people is at around 13%.
Kenya will today assume the chairmanship of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa with a pledge to champion a new era of regional integration anchored on digital transformation and value chain development. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki announced the transition during the 18th COMESA Business Forum in Nairobi on Tuesday, saying Kenya's leadership will focus on using digital technology to strengthen trade, enhance competitiveness, and promote sustainable growth across member states. He said the forum's theme aligns closely with Kenya's national development agenda.
Kenya is assuming the chairmanship of our organization, COMESA. This is not a light responsibility. Kenya will leverage this role to champion a new era of regional integration that uses digitalization to deepen value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth to actualize the theme of this forum. This theme resonates powerfully with Kenya's aspiration for radical national transformation, primarily focused on boosting intra-regional trade and economic integration within COMESA member states.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. The time right now is exactly 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungana Mbuvi. City Muga is in the studio. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. We do have from Safina Party, the youth deputy youth leader, Kaunda Frederick. I really want to revolutionary term, but ninaona kidogo nitapotea. Yeah, but welcome to the studio. We also do have Kasmuel Makoure. He is a youth leader in ODM. Gentlemen, welcome back to the studio. And let's pick up from where Kasmuel uliwachia, because you were saying something about the kind of leaders or the leader perhaps that we need. And you mentioned a couple of qualities you'd expect above and beyond, Chapter 6, leadership, integrity. You are talking about brave leaders. And I was actually saying that brave leaders in Africa, and this I told you offline, that brave leaders don't seem to survive much in on this continent.
Well, how do you distinguish between bravery and recklessness?
And adventurousness?
All right, I'll answer you later on. But brave leaders, and we can go back and talk about who I consider brave. Folks like Thomas Sankara,
Lumumba.
People who never really, people who actually were doing the kind of things that you described here, but somehow there's a system somewhere that never really agreed with them. So back to you.
I think I'll just, for the people who maybe are listening for the first time, we personally agree that a good leader, first of all, if they're going to present themselves for the leadership of this country, they have to qualify under the chapter 6 of our constitution, which talks about integrity, accountability, discipline, all those nice things, and you not having a criminal record. But then I also went ahead and said they have to be a great consensus builder. They have to be brave enough to look at our history and restore as much as they can according to the constitution, and just restore the Kenyan dignity. And then on the third part, then I said they have to be able to find a mixed model that will work for us. In terms of brave leaders surviving or not surviving, we also have to be cognizant of the times. Right now, our leaders are not doing as much as I think ought to be done, because when is the last time you had an African leader assassinated for having any sort of views? The last one I can count was the late Colonel Muammar Gaddafi of Libya. But then that plays into deeper geopolitical issues. But if you think about it, it's very easy to do the right thing in this day and age. It doesn't even require that much bravery. The bravery I speak of is the one that will be able to face this thing called debt and say, I want it to be over once and for all. We want to be able to look at a health system and say that, okay, now wacha tusikule sasa, what we want to do is ensure that this works for people. We want to say it's very possible to feed children. Whether or not we even look in the past, currently, without sabotaging this, our children can go to school and they can eat. It is possible for devolution to work. But there are challenges that we face, and while we might want to blame them on the citizenry and those kinds of things, the governance system that we have is also has quite a huge role to play, because it's mixed in terms of its mobilization. The way people are sent to power, it has always been mobilized around tribe. My generation is trying to change that. It has always been mobilized against, it's always flimsy ideology, because if you think about how, for example, the past two governments have been formed, let's go back maybe 10, 20 years. Digital versus analog. What in the actual hell? Hustler versus dynasty. What on earth is that? Those are the policies that have gotten people. So now you're trying to, but I will give the hustler narrative some due credit, because it sort of moved us a little inch away from the tribalistic. I do not support it. I did not vote for the hustler nation and whatnot, but you could see that there was a class consciousness attempt. Although they did it in a very flimsy way, it was the Azimio Brigade was actually the one that was championing more socialistic principles, but they just didn't get the wording right. We still, because we are bound by a constitution that says the elections have to happen every 5th year, which again is only happening in 2027 for the sake of common peace. If we are to look into the details, it should be we should be having elections next year. But now, seeing those intricacies and that delicate nature, we will need a leader who will be able to build consensus among the existing, because even if I get a good president, there are certain MPs who will be difficult to unseat. And I feel like we are not focusing enough of our eyes to the parliament, because parliament is where the laws are made, it's where the laws are passed. I think it is the most supreme house, but because a lot of the parliamentarians are addicted to a old form of government where the president means everything or whatever, they've lost their own sovereignty. And they've forced the young people, they forced us to go and exercise that power directly, because we said, how can I be telling, sitakuambia kila kitu, wacha basi nikuje nijifanyie. So that's what I'm thinking, that specifically for 2027, because if we do not answer this question now, we will find ourselves in the same rot with even worse leaders, because we will prefer to do the high-nosed sort of mobilization, and there will be someone who will be doing regular contact sport with those people. Last year we were told that politics is a contact sport, and I remember insulting Ndii, but I messaged him some time and told him that here you are not. Again? I messaged Ndii and I told him
David Ndii.
Yes,
okay.
I told him here you are not wrong. And the moment that clicks, that politics is a contact sport, that while I was triggered by it, the moment I started facing the people, that's when I think we won our revolution, because we realized, hey, you have to, I might disagree with you, but I have to come. The person who meets the populace the most is the person who persuades them. So unless we can find a way of packaging these ideas and break down what this, when I say I'm a social democrat, what that means to the people, and tell them this is why I think this is a more sustainable method, it will be a bit hard to change. But I believe the change can come in 2027 if we find those qualities that I have, amongst others, that I have mentioned.
All right. Kindly repeat your question for me, please, CT. You're asking something between the difference between a brave
leader and a reckless leader.
Brave and reckless. I wouldn't consider someone like Lumumba to have been reckless. Sankara, I don't think they were reckless, or rather, he was reckless. I just think that sometimes, and again, I'll call it the system because I really do not know what it is. But I had these things growing up that the West or someone in the West doesn't like when an African leader comes and does some of the things that we're seeing the president of Burkina Faso currently doing. That is President Traore. But anyway, getting back to so to answer your question about recklessness, the difference between being brave and being reckless, I don't think I have the dictionary definition of those words.
You don't need it.
Yeah.
You only need to consider that when somebody is referred to as reckless, it is assumed that they haven't given the matter sufficient thought.
They don't care. They
no. It's not that they don't care.
It's just that they've not.
Yes, they don't give it enough thought, and they move. They are more concerned about moving forward with the idea,
right,
as opposed to reflecting and asking, okay, this idea that I have,
consequences.
When I move forward, what
For
exactly?
them, it's momentum over motion.
Yes, they damn the consequences.
Yeah.
But some of these things only come with time and experience, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Right.
Because recklessness is something that we attribute to youth. Anybody who has been young, and if you're old, you are young once.
Yes.
There's a time in your life when you're actually reckless.
Do you believe that you are probably reckless at one point growing up, or actually even in your political journey?
Myself?
Yeah.
Reckless is a very, very strong term. And myself, I can't say I'm reckless because...
but have you been?
I've never been reckless.
Have you been younger than you are now?
Yes, I have.
And when you were younger, did you give thought to everything that you did?
At that point, even the Bible says, kids are like angels. You can't put me on the books just because I was a kid without trying to
this Bible.
I like this guy.
Trying to learn things. You can't put me on the books. Unataka kitabu kwa sababu I was 4 years old, 3 years old. I can't even pronounce a word.
Would you consider yourself
unafanya jokes za Safina watasema
hapana, but before Kasmel continues, Kasmel was describing my party leader at first. Everything he said, and what I can say about even ODM in general, look at how ODM issues tickets to their aspirants.
Okay.
Even let's use Nairobi as an example. Look at the brains of Babu. But what are they doing to Babu?
Well, sasa unaingilia mambo ya
hapana. I'm just saying. Kasmel has talked about something about parliament. We can't have a leader and then the parliament is rogue.
Yeah.
But remember, the people who took Kenya during the Mau Mau period, they weren't. If you look on history, the age was between 20s to 30s. So if a political party can't accommodate such age set, unaambiwa ni kijana mdogo kidogo kaa kando, ama maziwa itoshi, and nowadays youth have brains.
And you're saying that when I was young we didn't have brains?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying currently we are talking about
you have more brains.
No, we are saying currently as a country, we are looking at where the youth are accommodated.
Right.
We are also looking where our parents are accommodated. We are looking at
Frederick. The facts is this: there's a much bigger youth population in the country.
Yes.
And they are far more educated.
Yes.
Than when people like me were youths.
And we accept that.
Of course you would, because it makes you look good.
It does.
Yes.
But let me jump in on that, and I'll also handle the question you've raised, because I think it's an important question. I think that recklessness is a function of youth, in the sense that, and not in the irresponsible. I would say this: I don't think any sane person would approach protests the way I was approaching them last year. I used to go and sleep somewhere and something tells me, go to this street. Then I go there and whatever. Yes, we do whatever it is. Yeah. And I remember at some point, I told my friends that, so tomorrow, on the 8th of August, I remember we were at some club somewhere and we drank and we said, this might be our last drink. And we delegated. We said you will go and speak to KBC and announce to the international community. That day I was wearing a Kenyan pin that had Republic of Kenya, because I said,
there's no way we'll capture the state in jeans. So I'll be in a suit so that when the state falls, the most organized forces will pick it. But do you see what that is? That is not what organization means, because I drank and I remember we took shots and we lifted them up and I told my friends to taking of the state, and if this is the last one, then we had a good run.
Then so be it.
Yeah. And I was out there, and personally I didn't joke, and my friends who were there, they walk up and you see Comrade Kinuthia being slapped with the police and he's going nowhere. But in retrospect, we would say brave, but if you think about it, there are people who, out of all that melee and mayhem, got the results which we wanted and consolidated the gains that we wanted without using the methods that we used. So again, it's just that bravery, it's thinking scalar quantities and vector quantities, because there are people like who currently are speaking as if they were on the streets last year. Politicians who are our senior politicians, and when you listen to them, I listen and I'm like, I'm a mimi sikuko. I was not on the streets last year, because they've sort of mastered it, and they've managed to organize their thoughts around those kinds of things. So I'm claiming recklessness in the sense that I just have not existed long enough to know the difference between adventure and practice or whatever, because we are not the only people who protest. Yes, people protest all the time, but why is it, for example, said that why does Raila Odinga's protests why does he seem to consolidate more gains than when we go to protest? It's not because that he's like larger than life. Of course he's larger than life, but it's because I think there's things that he has seen that we have not seen, and that's what I would say in terms of recklessness. But on the question that has been raised about people like Babu and the accommodation of them in the party, in the political structure, the accommodation of youth, if you think about the Orange Democratic Movement, if we are just to do a fair analysis, think about the current legislative house composition. And here I cannot hold your party accountable because you've not captured parliament. So I can't say that you failed in parliament. It's just that the time has not yet figured to the point where now we can say these are the legislative seats. But now compare it to the existing political parties. It's my party that has given the country leaders like Sifuna. It's my party that has given the country leaders like Senator Rene, Senator Crystal Asige, Mheshimiwa Babu Owino, Mheshimiwa Millicent. I could go, Millie Mabona. I could go on, like all these. If you're thinking in terms of accommodation of youth, to be honest, if we're going to be fair, and even if we look at MCAs, the MCAs from my party who are our age mates, like the MCA for Karen is a 28-year-old, Anthony Marangu. Ogeto here is barely in his 30s, here in Kileleshwa. In the current political dispensation, if you're thinking just due process, that my party has followed that. Had there some challenges? Yes. And it's a party that has existed in 20 years without capturing government. We almost did. We had a short stint with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga being Prime Minister. Very short stint, but consistently, it has always been outside. It has not administered.
ODM has always been in power.
But if you think about it, that's debatable in the sense that now what now I'll say about that. ODM has not always been in power, but if you think about my party leader, if you make the wrong decision to punish him, because everyone has been sending him to Bondo since 2007. You send him to Bondo 2.5 years in, the sitting government seeks his counsel. He's never come to beg. Wanamwitanga ule mtu ya maandamano, right? Even as in 2023 alikuwa naitwa Rigathi Gachagua used to go and say mitego tutafanya nini. This thing, if we do not make the right decisions, that's where ODM comes in and it steadies this ship and says, then you remember, then you say, oh, they've sold out, but we say we've presented ourselves and you didn't give it to us. Talking about the issue of the gubernatorial issue about Babu. Why are people talking about the election right now? Do you have a by-election in Nairobi? Is the governor's seat empty?
It's a good question.
But that's one. But let me land. We have not gotten to the point where the tickets are being given. But if you think about it, let's talk about issuing of tickets. You can talk about the nitty-gritties and whatever look it is. We have a person who's young, even in Kasipul constituency. It has been given to a very young person. The ticket has been given to Boyd Were. You would say that is the son of the outgoing.
Of course.
Yes, there's that, of course. But think about it. all the other parties, if you see the candidates they're fielding, it's not that there are no young people who are children of the people who have died. Here in ODM, you come and you fight for whatever. There, when your husband dies in a different party, when your husband dies, you get into cabinet. That's what I'm saying. We might fault ODM for very many things, and we do not know. We've not gotten to the point of 2027. We are now just focusing on Chungwa at 20. That's what we're focusing on. When the time for election comes, we will all present our needs, and that's why I keep on saying, be in contact with the people, because the people are supreme. And even if you see how Raila Odinga deals with the thing, have you heard him say that sasa tutaenda kusimama na tutasimamisha this person for governorship? There are certain people in the party who say that they are not comfortable with Babu. There are very many people in the party who say they are very comfortable with Babu. And I think in terms of MP seats, in terms of gubernatorial seats, in terms of senatorial seats, when that time comes, I think we should be judged then. We cannot preempt, because a day in politics is like 1,000.
But you shall be judged for your past.
No,
that's what I am saying.
But you know, Kasmuel, one thing though that you've actually done really well.
Yeah.
I think you have actually become an honest to God politician, because you are a wonderful apologist for the party you belong to, as it should be. I expect you to be an apologist for your party. My question that I asked, let's leave the recklessness bit.
Yes.
Let's talk about people who think an idea and act and then deal with the consequences later.
Yes.
That is what I refer to as recklessness.
Yes.
And when you're young, that's how you tend to do things. Everybody who's young tends to do things that there are a very small number of young people who actually give thought to many things. And those are people who are considered to be wise beyond their years.
Yes.
They are not many.
Yes.
If you look at the energy that is required to bring about change, and change isn't brought about by protest for a week, it is consistent over a long period of time.
Yes.
That is what characterizes you, a party leader.
Yes.
A certain consistency over a very long period of time.
Yeah.
Okay? And being able to change with the times.
Yeah.
Many politicians who disappear and suddenly become oblivious don't understand the changes of the time, and they don't mesh with it. There's a strange coincidence that often happens in politics called the role of chance. You're going about your business, and things that you have absolutely no control over suddenly conspire and they happen. Let me give an example that you may consider. We're talking Ford Kenya, okay? There's Jaramogi, his deputy is called Paul Muite.
Yes.
Okay? Paul Muite decides he wants to leave. So who ascends to power? Kijana Wamalwa.
Yes.
Okay? Kijana Wamalwa then joins Kibaki, who has contested for the seat of the president, I think 3 times. This is his 4th attempt.
Yes.
Was it 2 and this is 3rd attempt? And by all accounts, well, they are doing what they can, but Kibaki is competing with Uhuru.
Yes.
Now, what I'm about to say, I've heard how this thing has been given some very interesting ads and edits.
Yeah.
So, someone called Raila Odinga comes back and says, Kibaki Tosha. Okay? As Kibaki Toshas, the person who he has been working with is Wamalwa.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
Look at, if Muite had not resigned, Wamalwa would not have been the deputy party leader.
Yes.
If there's no Kibaki Tosha, Kibaki would not have ended up being president. Wamalwa would never have ended up being deputy.
Yes.
It's called role of chance.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, when you look at political movements and the things that politicians do to ascend to positions of power, we focus in this country on the presidency.
Yes.
And yet, even when with the advent of multipartism, when we made our changes, we decided that we are now going to have a winner takes all system.
Yes.
Okay? Now, the system that we have, this is my question to you. Is it the system that you think this country actually needs?
The system that we have currently is not the system that this country needs. Because even if we look even on the recent news, we are seeing our president, William Ruto, with the France president, Macron. He's gifting Macron our prestige, Kericho tea, and some things about the wild beast. that is actually betrayal to even the Africa as a continent. Everyone knows what Macron has been doing to the France related
Former colonies.
Yes. And you're seeing we are saying as the youth, we are saying even as Safina Party, that this is not what you are going to align with. And the reason we are saying the likes of Caswell and the team, they're not talking about it. They're
not necessarily vocal about issues.
They're eloquent when they're not in payrolls, or rather wakiwa na pesa. When they don't have money, they're very vocal. Even Baba said Ruto must go 10,000 times. But the moment they are put in the basket, everything changes. They're like, oh, we are bringing in the brains for work. Brains to do what?
Experts.
Experts to do what? Experts to do what in finance? Experts to do what in what are their success stories since they entered?
I have something to say about that whole expert issue.
Yes.
And again, a conversation I've had on this show countless times.
Yes.
It is said that the moment Baba joined the broad-based government, or rather joined KK, Kenya Kwanza government to form broad-based, maandamano ilisha, kilele kisha, kila kitu iko sawa. So if we look at it from that perspective, it's like he actually helped the situation. Whether there is money in their pocket or not, I do not know. But as far as that is concerned, some of those issues, for example, even the finance bill that was actually presented by their expert, inakani kama the youth walikubaliana na hiyo story.
You know, even in business, when you're proposing something to an investor, you have to provide a success record of this business that I'm proposing to you. This is what you have been able to succeed. So when you pump in money, the ROI of it is going to be this and this.
Right.
So when you're proposing, let me say you're proposing someone like Honorable Hassan Joho.
Right.
What is his success story in that
portfolio,
in that field that he's in? And that's what we are saying as Safina, that when we are in power, if we are going to look for CS education, he has to align with education. Not just because Kaunda is my friend, wacha nimpe education. Not because City came to broke, he brought numbers. We are saying City will get
Ministry of Mining,
and City knows nothing about mining. We have to be real here. As much as we are the young people, we are friends with Caswell, at some point you have to be real. When they are not in power, you know very well the loudness of ODM as a unit. But the moment they have handshaked, since days unmemorial, the interest of the people dies. And that's why we are repeating it. Since Uhuru's time, since Kibaki's time, now it's Ruto's time. So what we are saying, and it gets back when I said Caswell was describing my party leader in matters of the quality. Right. We need someone brave to say that we are Safina, we are not aligning with DCP because of this and that.
All right. I have a question in regards to something that happened recently, yeah? Or would you like to respond to that, maybe, before we move on?
I don't particularly think that there's a particular response, but we have to also critically analyze the role of Raila Odinga in last year, before the broad-based government. Because, this is a very unique situation where Baba has always been on the front lines for protest. But when we went out last year, we told Baba, please stay at home. This one, you've done it for a while. This one, please let us do it. And we did. In your own estimation, would if he joined us, would he have taken the presidency? Do you reckon he would have become president if we said that we are chasing away this whole government?
If
he joined the Gen Z
Baba
revolution,
joined the movement,
yes,
it could be a tribal movement. So it could align to specific tribes.
So now,
so the uniqueness of our movement was the fact that we were tribeless, and that's why I'm saying, if let's say we were able to succeed, and Caswell, we crowned Caswell as the president of that day, we would have been in very terrible hands at the moment. I wouldn't even have
accepted such a thing, because part of what I kept on saying is that I am not a leader of this movement. This movement had very many bright individuals, and I just I happen to be the most popular, which is a pittance.
Mm.
The reason I was asking the reason I was asking that question, and you've realized that he cannot give me a yes, nobody can give me a yes or no answer, is the truth is, if he threw his full weight behind what was happening, and we said that the government was to fall, and he wanted to take that power, he would have taken it. Which is a thing which we believe that Baba has always wanted. He has always wanted to be president. An opportunity was presented for him to take the presidency in chaos. But he didn't. He put the country first. This one was going to be a cheaper method of him ascending to presidency than all the campaigns that he has subjected himself to. Because one, there's no consensus builder as big as Baba. He has always, whatever he says, oh, Dani Tosha or whatever, then you lock him out, you say you're putting for him Mitego, then he comes in. The reason why I keep on saying that now we have to focus on more issue-based rather than, for example, personality-based politics. We just with regards to this, there will always be contradictions in anything, because on the one hand, we know France Afrique, that horrible policy that France has had in terms of a chokehold on her former colonies here in Africa, and we are seeing now that the French government has collapsed not once but a couple of times. But then also, as one of the leading powers, we also see France recognize the presence of Palestine as a state, the nationhood of Palestine, which also lends some credence. And of course, this is being done in terms of convenience. And Chairman Mao, in his work, and Marx as well, they say that there's the thing which we do not understand, which is material dialectics and contradictions, that consistently there will be contradictions at any given point. That's why, for example, the whole point of the left is to get into a classless, stateless situation where there will be no contradictions. But as long as we are alive, there will be contradictions. You have to ask yourself which is the principal, which is the primary contradiction, and which is now the lesser. Then you ensure that we are in a point where we are always choosing the greater good. In all fairness, part of the things which you've been asked, the formation of this broad-based government, it might not be in my place to disclose it, but there was a lot of political chicanery that was going on, and I know from the bottom of my heart of hearts, and having sat down with the man that is Raila Odinga, what his opinion on the revolution were. But then he also runs a political party, and some of his experts joined, people who are also sitting in legislative houses, people who are of centers of influence. The president would have chosen other people. Very many people presented themselves, because I also saw this thing. I was asked at some point by some people to go and meet the government, and there was this thing for, you remember, there's the CS for water, Bwana Eric was appointed at only 32, and that was done to try and appease the young people. There was a lot of politics that was happening that
So
I had
today you'd
audience.
be a CS.
I would be a sitting CS if I wanted to. But for me, I knew that this is a clear path that I wanted. There are also very many people who are qualified and whatever who would have joined that government in cabinet. But I honestly think that even amidst this contradiction, someone like Mbadi has done quite a stupendous job. He finds himself, first of all, is a non-aligned politician. Of course, now he serves in the executive and he has to owe his allegiance to the president. But in terms of work delivery, I think he's done quite well. In the situation that is given. Is it ideal? I don't think so. I believe that if we formed government in 22, it would have been a bit more different. But that's why I keep on saying that sometimes we might look at it, but there's so much that is expected, and it is not equal. It is not equal to the kind of responsibility that we have been given as a party.
The question I wanted to ask is in regards to registration. The young people are not coming out to register according to the IEBC. Perhaps that has changed this week. I don't know. We don't have any new statistics. What do you think is the problem? Could be the problem if indeed people are not getting, young folks to be specific, are not getting out to register.
Registration is a rolling process. There's several by-elections that are coming, but I think the young people are focused specifically and it should not be held against them too harshly. They're specifically focused on the 2027 election. So these are the early stages. If we can understand that even a company has to grow slowly, I don't see what the rush to register young people is, as if the general election is happening tomorrow. And also there's some doubt that's coming from, why is everyone now telling us to register? Why does even the government is coming out to tell us to go and register and those kinds of things?
Well, it is their responsibility.
It is, and I agree. But I believe here at the Orange Democratic Movement, and I've been monitoring the data, we're doing quite a bit of mobilization for our people to register, so that we can be able to form government or deliver the results that we want. Part of those challenges could just be that, again, I don't think that as an unemployed person that registering for my vote, it takes credence. It takes credence in the sense that it does not take first priority over me eating, and maybe the registration center is a bit far from me.
If you don't have food today, doesn't necessarily mean that you'll have it tomorrow, but you need to register as soon as possible.
It's true, but the same can be made of that argument. Yes, politics affects us all, and that's what we're trying to change. We need to meet these young people at their point of need. We cannot just go and tell them register because politics affects you, but consistently. Some of them voted in 22, some of them have been voting even maybe from 2017, and they have not seen where that change comes from. But two, who is inspiring enough to come and rally the nation behind a particular idea that will drive people to register?
I believe we need to be ready, Kasmuel, at any time, because God forbid, what if tomorrow, well, not tomorrow, but what if we end up having a snap election?
In this country, we will not have a
snap election. But even what if? I have the answer.
It is as simple as that.
I'm just saying,
in the event that we have a snap election, we will form government as the Orange Democratic Movement. I tell you this, and I'm not saying it from.
Will tell you they will form government.
But what I'm saying, okay. Now, what I'm going to say is based on, for example, if we have a snap election, it currently means that the UDA's candidate will be out of that office. Then now we have to ask ourselves, which is the largest, most organized political party, because if power falls, and Karl Marx tells us that if power falls, only the most organized forces will be able to pick it up. Currently, as things are, think about our numbers in parliament, think about the vibrancy of our party. That's why, for example, I have disabused myself of the idea that now I have to control the entire country. What I need to ensure is that our housing is in such speak and span order that we are consistently engaging with our youth, that I'm not derailed by any of the noise that comes from out here. What my work is to ensure that as the young people of the Orange Democratic Movement, we will be in a position where our party is the one that will form government. Then, based on our organization skills, then from our organization will come our mobilization. Then we can bargain and say that us as young people, we led to the formation of government. Because you've seen, how does Sakaja end up being governor of Nairobi? He started as a youth mobilizer. Very short stint at Akibaki, then follows Uhuru into TNA, whatever, then rises. All these people, how does Ruto come in? Yes, he starts, faces a bit of hardship from Moi, and Moi says, elect people that you know, and then he comes in, becomes MP of Eldoret North. The rest is history. Yeah, all the leaders you're even talking about now,
right?
The most popular leaders, if you can group them into caucuses, most of them come from this side. Okay. They are individual leaders who are very popular, but they're not from one party. But if I'm thinking a party that has the concentration of the most loved, most vocal leaders, it is this party that I come from, which is the Orange Democratic Movement. So I'm not saying this just as political hubris. I'm saying it based on the fact that our voter base remains largely untouched. If the last general election is something to go by, and we say that the youth had not registered then, and we have a snap election tomorrow, from our database, we have not lost 30% of what our voters are. Have we lost some? We have. But it has not gotten to 30%. Okay. If you look at the numbers, UDA only beat us by 200,000.
Have you gained more people?
That's what I'm saying. Because remember, the question is, if a snap election is to occur, means ceteris paribus, all factors held constant. If we are thinking about losses and whatever, if things are just left the way they are, we will form government if a snap election was to happen tomorrow. Is that ideal? Probably not. But just based on the question if, which is wishful thinking, because a snap election will not happen in Kenya. But in that wishful state, what other people have gained it pales in comparison.
The discussion we're having
yes,
revolves around a political system we've had for the longest time.
Yes.
And everybody talks about it. It's actually personality based.
Yes.
We throw in political parties because these personalities lead and head certain political parties.
Yes.
Now, there are also those who argue that the thing that characterized the change that President William Ruto brought into the discussion was one may not have thought highly of the issues, but he brought in hustler versus dynasty. It was an issue. You may not think that it was worth, but it was an issue. And there are very many people who seem to have been rallied behind it. Now, my question, when you look at what we've referred to as waves in this country, political waves, okay? As young people, have you bothered to study and understand what it is that brings about these waves? Because these waves usher people into position of power.
Yes.
They may not be president, but it ushers them. And you will find that in the best case scenario, they end up harvesting a very large number of people within parliament because of a wave.
Yes.
Have you looked at what it is that brings about these waves?
I have. I personally have. And one, I think it's a point of confluence that is sealed by the role of chance that you are speaking about, where there's preparation that meets a chaotic moment, and therefore you manage to emerge. A person who is the lead maker of these waves is my party leader, who's the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, because he has these things which and they're called, sometimes they're called handshake moments, but if you think about it, Kibaki Tosha and whatever.
No, start with Moi.
Moi, yes, he does that Tinga thing where he goes in Kanu, now he says sasa tumeona tumemkata miguu, then he comes from Moi, Jogo ametolewa. Then he comes out and he comes out and he says Kibaki Tosha, and so when you sit with him, he understands the times. And that's the thing, where he is not married to a particular romantic idea that this is what the country is going to be like forever. He knows what he aspires it to be, but he's also very alive to what the country currently is. So I'm thinking about even this wave. We are the biggest losers of the wave that was of last year. As the young people.
Yes.
I'm saying this, we as the young people. We who went there and
Did you say that the young people are the biggest losers?
Yes. We're the biggest losers from the wave that we created last year. That's the difference between us and when Raila Odinga creates a wave. He knows specifically what he wants. Because now think about it. If you're consolidating the gains, I personally went out to break down the finance bill. And it went, anything after that was now just adventurism and seeing, because I saw the hope, I have nothing to lose. If we can change this, we can change it. But my primary reason was the finance bill, which we won. But think about the politics of the country right now. Which young person is currently headlining the politics of the country? There's no young person. This politics that is happening right now, that you're seeing people running around, like even personalities like the party leader of DCP and his cohort that they're calling themselves GA United Opposition, it is only happening because they've tried to latch themselves onto the revolutionary work that we did last year. The biggest thing that he did was get impeached, but there's an attention by the country towards him more than there is to the people who actually put their lives on the line. So that's why I'm saying we did not get any positions in government or cabinet. However, if you go back, if we were to do majivuno or majigambo kidogo, even in the recent appointments, think about when certain parties have been given opportunities for cabinet. The former president was given slots. He took 7, took them to his cronies who were in previous governments. The patterns that my party leader was given, if you think about it, distributed across women, people who've served in the party, and even now the PS for Youth Affairs at State Department in charge of Youth Affairs is a young person who's our age mate. Fikirini is barely in his 30s. So if you think about it in that kind of sense, until we sit down and study and say that this is what we're going to rally about, because we are not in the utopian communist state where there are no contradictions and there is no state.
But this thing that you describe, Kasmale, isn't something wrong with it?
What?
Well, how political parties agree to amalgam together and then appointments as rewards.
Yes. But political parties literally are there to capture power one way or another.
No, that is true.
It's different.
But you see, when you then have people being appointed as a thank you,
position,
and then trying to present the optics of youth being represented, you see, this is my mind. We are short-circuiting a very serious organization. It's called the civil service.
Yes.
Because the civil service have careerists who have been in that process for a very long time, and they actually know how government and system works. Now, many of them understand that you rise over time given your competence and the ability that you have to actually do well.
Yes.
These appointments that we introduced.
Yeah.
They were introduced a while back. First of all, it started off with something called a dream team in the Moi era. It destabilizes that civil service because you bring in people who actually don't even understand or know the culture of that process, and then you make them accounting officers like a PS.
Yes.
And yet, immediately below you are people who actually know how this thing works.
Yes. No, I agree with you, CT, and even from the times of Moi, from the Dream Team, and this tokenistic appointment or reward system, I totally agree that is wrong, because the civil service, it's actually a service. These people are called civil servants because they understand that culture. They do it as a career and they appreciate that
And it
process.
doesn't matter who the president is.
It does not. It is the perpetuity of the state and of the republic. But then what this does is it disrupts the current, it disrupts what our republic is. And I think that is even more detrimental than having a bad president, in the sense that, one, you disrupt the culture. Two, you come in here without an appreciation of how this thing works. Who do you owe your allegiance to? To the person who orchestrated your appointment or whatever,
as opposed to the
as opposed to the service, which is as opposed to the citizenry. But then we are at the point where we could decide to walk away entirely from what this is, which is what the young people were trying to do last year. But then it's gotten back to the point where now the country has shown that, hey, yeah, you might want to walk away, but this is how things are. Until we can get to the point where collectively we decide as a country to walk away, I think it would be foolhardy. It would be a fool's errand to assume that we live in the utopia that we hope. Yeah, even the Christians say that we are in the world but not of the world, and which I usually compare heaven to the communist utopia, where it is a classless, stateless utopia where there is no contradictions whatsoever. We here at the left have to be very cognizant of the systems that we currently exist in, because there's all these external forces, the Bretton Woods institutions that contribute to our debt. There's the geopolitics of it all, and all those kinds of things, the green movements and in terms of climate change and whatnot. But as long as this is a system that we exist in, how can we ensure that, because it's still not pegged, we've not gotten to the point where we're basing our thinking on systems, we're still very individual based. I would ask, in terms of the token, do we send our best brains?
And yet,
we try to.
And yet this change that we speak of can't be a change of individuals or personalities. It has to be a change of systems. Now, the thing about social media, it's a system. And you've seen how effective it is.
Yes.
Now, if those whom we believe represent change now and into the future themselves don't talk enough systems, they don't talk enough about the systemic changes that need to take place and how certain things ought to be organized in a certain way, and they get caught up in the politics of yesteryears, which my generation represents, where then is the change going to come from?
The change can be difficult, because now it's coming from a structured point of view, but now when it is matters of aligning things favoring actually the common man of today, it's a very tough process. And even when I speak here, I know I'm speaking and my life can be favorable to the citizens,
right,
as opposites to Kasmuel's life, but now it will be very, very much like maisha yangu itakuwa kwa shida because of the forces of government.
Right.
We understand the country we are living at the moment. If we fight for good governance, if we fight for systems that are going to work for the citizens, actually it is going to actually limit your business, limit your way of living, limit your family. And that's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying as Kaunda Frederick, that I am aware of the direction I'm going. And I'm aware of the repercussions that the movement has. And we are not going to be part and parcel of the problem. As much as we speak in this show, we have to understand, even if ODM has played a role in the country we have today, still it is playing a role being part of the problem. Because how are they not even tabling things like the things that I said about Macron? I can even table something. There's an organization that has been formed that can't be audited. Allow me to read that organization. It was tabled by Lynn Ngugi. We are giving credit to Lynn Ngugi for injecting in
what
the
did
country.
she say?
Let me land there. So So in less than 2 years, Ruto government, let me get it. In less than 2 years, Ruto government quietly granted full diplomatic style immunity to a foreign NGO, Global Center of Adaptation. You can't see it, you can't audit it, and you can't question it. And this is Kenya as a country. So this, it is approved, they were approved an immunity order, and why is the Netherlands GCA own home country is cutting off its funding, and how this single deal could change who really controls Africa climate future. This is what we're trying to say. We want to fully align ourselves as Kenya as a country. As much as we want to bring forces inside, we want to be the ones making the moves, making the shots. So when we align ourselves with such things, even in Kenya, look even on global status, the only person who received a Guinness World Record was Professor Wangare Maathai.
Yeah.
But now as
Nobel.
Sorry.
Guinness
sorry. Nobel Peace Prize. But now, as we speak, you know, me, I'm someone who loves nature. Nikiamka naingia pale Karura kidogo, you are finding ile wakati mti zingine zinakuanga pale haziko. They're not speaking about it.
Okay.
You know,
and the last time the wild beasts were migrating, you know, we need a certain order. But now you find even nowadays tourists, wild beasts na migrate hapa kando na mtu amesimama hapo ka. We need,
you know, Frederick, there's something I'm trying to put across here.
Yes.
So let me put across in a way
that
is easy to understand.
Yes.
The Gen Z movement of 2024 was in and of itself profound. We talk about what it has done for the country and what it introduced, but you do not seem to understand, as the Gen Z or young people, the influence it had on the world. Not world. The Gen Z movement influenced very many other countries. Influenced.
Yes.
Some had parallel thoughts, and there are many people who give credit to that movement, and they say they draw inspiration from it. So essentially, you're in the Premier League. So play in the Premier League. This thing of going back to the third division, wachaneni. Okay? This thing of nitpicking and playing this politics that our politicians like, where these personality-based politics, where you're looking for, where somebody, the other day, he promoted his girlfriend. Forget that nonsense.
Yes.
Talk about issues that are going to change the country.
Yes.
Don't deviate. Don't get mad in the politics that are representative of my generation. Please. You are playing on the world platform. UN Rapporteur for Youth Affairs came to this country. Why? He and his team to come and study this Gen Z movement. My friend, it's not a small thing. So do not recede.
I think with regards to that, it's hard to think about the impact of what we did internationally, but we're part of what the Pink Revolution is. We have Pakistan, we have India, we have Nigeria, we have Kenya, which, if you're thinking the past 2 years, the youth movement have been able to organize within these existing systems. Because we talk about social media. Social media has not been created for social good. It is a tool, it is a capitalist tool to wedge. It is very specific. Its motive is very specific. We are not here to ensure that you guys have a good time, but our main driver is profits. And we managed to organize in such a system. We managed to organize without abolishing it. We somehow organized our revolution within a heavily policed state, within an existing system. And that's why I keep on saying it is very easy, and I believe it is achievable. It might not be easy, but we can achieve change within existing systems, acknowledging the contradictions, but not yielding. Because if you think about, people talk about global influence and whatnot. I will not go into defense of whatever exists, because the Orange Democratic Movement has not formed government.
Right.
And if we are talking about things like the wildebeest migration, it's just a failure on Kenya Wildlife Society for letting tourists get that close to a wild wonder. We are so profit driven that we forget even the basics. But think about this. We talk about economies like the United States. You remember when there were trade embargoes and tariffs. There's this company in the United States that manufactures these microchips, called NVIDIA, and they're the A-grade processors that now when the trade embargo came in, they said that the American government told them effectively you cannot sell to China. And I'll compare this as west to east, not in terms of countries, but just in terms of economic policies. So America says you cannot sell, NVIDIA cannot sell to China. Therefore, what NVIDIA says, it goes and tells the government that, listen, this is a $150 billion economy, industry, so we don't want to lose on that. So yes, we will not sell them these A-grade chips, but they will manufacture one called H2, which is slightly under the regular grade, and sell that to China.
Slightly inferior.
Yes, slightly inferior. Yes, actually, inferior is the word. And so China says, oh, okay, fine, we'll take it, and that's what we'll take. So they start buying those H2 chips from the States. And then the current president says even those ones don't sell. So it was like a 3-year period where China is facing these tariffs. At that time, Huawei is working really hard to build. They're building capacity. Huawei is doing whatever it is that they're doing. Remember here, with all these battles, even this 150 billion industry was still $billion industry is still locked.
Yep.
By the time they're overcoming this, remember now they have these H2 chips which they're supposed to be selling to China. By the time they're lifting that, China
Huawei
says,
has already developed.
we do not need, we have already developed something that will work equally as well.
Essentially, thank you very much.
Yes. So, asanteni for that. Now we have
Tumejipanga.
So this thing which we're trying to build, that stay with it. It is hurting its own people by thinking that they're protecting their interests and by oppressing these other people. That is happening within this global stage where the Chinese Communist Party is using all these principles, and the capitalists are using very heavy capitalistic principles. We have to find a way of existing in this. This is an example that was happening on the global stage. China said that yes, we will still buy, we will still do whatever, but even as we are buying, we are consistently innovating to build capacity to the point where we will no longer need to buy. And once they got there, you cannot hold this. But they would have said, oh, now what we've said is we will refrain from making this, we will not buy and not build capacity, which I think is what was happening to us, where we've said we will not participate in this thing until we abolish. But then the legacy politicians have this thing where they're very crafty, and they're still going, they're cheapening it, they're making it in such a way that we are still locked out of this politics. That's why I'm saying,
yes,
get into political parties and ensure we cannot be ignored. I cannot be ignored in the Orange Democratic Movement.
I agree with you.
Yes, because it is not easy. Let nobody think that it is easy. Even here, there are battles that I'm still fighting. The same qualms you have against ODM, the ones that I have, I am consistently raising and saying, here we are not doing well, here we are not doing well. But if we are doing it outside this structured system, it becomes hard. But the only way, the biggest opportunity we have as Kenyans, if it is to change law, because we are such firm believers of this beautiful big book we have called a constitution, it can only be effected in parliament. Then just as I finish.
Yes, 10 seconds.
10. Little over 10.
Yeah.
If you think about it, if you're still even going back to like party things, we have to whip these people to vote against oppressive bills. My party members voted against that finance bill. They've consistently voted against these things. So there has to be an individual at the top who bears the vision. And here at the bottom, people who are reasonable enough to go for pro-people things.
All right. Bro, I'm giving you 20 seconds. Final words.
First of all, we want to appreciate the invitation here on behalf of the youth of Safina Party. I want to urge each and every Kenyan out there that we as the Safina Party, we are accommodating everyone. I'm serving as an example, Kaunda from Imuhaya Vihiga.
Right.
And I'm accommodated in Safina Party with my age and everything. So what you're saying is Safina, led by Right Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi, he is the David, and the Goliath is the current situations you are facing.
Right.
And we understand that people are going to say David is not equipped with swords and everything, but we want to tell them that we will shock the country, and you will see numbers. Actually, you are seeing numbers from our party, people joining in, aspirants coming in, and we have welcomed everyone.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Good, bro. Good. Tomorrow we are hosting your party leader, that is
Yes.
Jimmy Wanjigi.
Yes.
And I have a ton of questions for him.
Yes.
Aye, sawa. Sitisema kwaheri bana.
Kwaheri.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.